I can't seem to face up to the facts. I'm tense and nervous and I can't relax. I can't
Thursday or whatever the hell day it is. Boom, boom.
Don't cry.
In case you're wondering why all my laundry is here, it's because we discovered Farley has been TTing in the laundry room. Secret TT spot. No.
Quinn dance, Quinn dance, Quinn dance, Quinn dance.
Why? I don't know. I don't know. I love you, B. Thank you for the 25 months. Pointed stick. Thank you for the 3 months. Teenage wasteland. Teenage wasteland. Teenage wasteland. Okay. Put a 1 in chat. Put a 1 in chat if you know who Wayne Newton is. Put a 2 if you have no idea. Yeah. Nobody, I feel like okay. Okay. So, first of all, this fiddle goes so hard in this part. Well, I had not thought much about what icon I was gonna do, and then I decided, I found a wig, and I was like, oh, I'll do Wayne Newton, Donkashane. And I'm like, I kind of feel like most people won't even know what icon I'm doing. So I might end up changing. IRL Caesar Flickerman, kinda, yeah. He was a staple of Vegas for decades, absolutely. I could do the Who. I guess I could do the Who. I don't know. There's a lot. I just haven't even thought about it at all. Hey Caroline, is there any way you can give a shout out to my housemate Jade? She's got a bunch of acting auditions coming up, and we are very proud of her. Shout out Jade, break a leg. That's very exciting. I'm sure you'll do a great job. Shave your head and go as Townsend, or get a curly Daltrey wig. Yeah. I think if you do a song most people know, you could pull it off. Yeah, because I think most people know Donkashane, but I think they know it from like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Save those lies, darling, don't explain.
Bobby pin.
The DJ of Radio New Vegas
Wait.
is Mr. New Vegas, and it's voiced by Wayne Newton.
Howdy, folks. It's Mr. New Vegas.
Wait, hold on a second. Gamers, hello. Gamers, you should know who Wayne Newton is.
A good feeling about all of you listening. Of all the things that I have done in my career, and I've done one or two, this has been the one thing that I have looked forward to.
Okay, I didn't even know that he did this.
Because it was so out of the realm of what I have done in my career. This is Mr. New Vegas wishing you ladylike luck tonight.
Is there anything old Vic can do you for?
If I find my way into a voice,
Oh, okay. All right, gamers. Okay, you should know who Mr. Wayne Newton is. Anyway, this is what I had thought about doing. Let me find. This is like old. This is very old. But he was a Vegas staple for decades.
Thank you for.
It'll basically be like me, Vanilla Mace, and Austin Show all wearing suits because both Vanilla Mace and Austin Show I think are planning to do Frank Sinatra. I was like, Austin, you did Frank Sinatra last year.
All the joy and pain. Pictures
Show, second balcony,
was a
play sweet me, second seat, Gold Dutch Street. Oh wait, no, he did Dean Martin. All right. Okay, excuse me because for thinking he had done Frank Sinatra because he always does Frank Sinatra.
Darling, I wanna
Thank you for seeing Lover's Lane.
I can see hearts carved on a tree.
Letters intertwined for all time, yours and mine. That was fine. Oh, darling, Duncan Shane,
I wanna
thank you for seeing me again. I know he was so young.
So we go on our separate ways. Still a memory stays.
You could do a mean Alanis Morissette. Oh,
Duncan Shane, Duncan Shane.
darling, Duncan Shane,
I
said
wanna
thank you for seeing me again.
So we go
Yeah, I'll show you.
on our separate ways. Still the memory stays for always. My heart says, Duncan Shane.
Okay, this is then also where a lot of you might know.
You're such a wonderful crowd. We'd like to play a little tune for you. It's one of my personal favorites. And I'd like to dedicate it to a young man who doesn't think he's seen anything good today. Cameron Fried, this one's for you.
Salem, thank you for the 7 months. Magnus, thank you for the 3. One of the greatest lip singing scenes of all time.
Thank you for all the joy and pain. Picture show, second balcony was the place we'd meet. Gold Dutch Street, you were sweet. Duncan Shane, darling, Duncan Shane. Save those lives, darling. Don't explain. I recall Central Park in fall. How you tore your dress. What a
as long as I know him,
I
everything works for him.
confess, that's not all.
There's nothing he can't handle. I can't.
Now that I
handle
live in
anything.
Chicago, it's weird recognizing where this is. This is iconic,
School, parents,
iconic.
Future.
Like downtown Chicago.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I just love this song so much. I grew up singing this song, and I have the wig.
Do what?
But then again, there's like so many great icons I could do.
Nothing.
My heart says Duncan Shane. Me neither. Yo, Conheads, rise up.
I'll be the same. Duncan Shane.
You're crazy!
Toxic Marina, thank you for the 9 months.
What do you think Ferris is gonna do?
It's gonna be a fry cook on Venus.
This is just one of the greatest scenes in a movie of all time.
Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout.
I think this was one of my favorite film classes.
Work it on out.
Dick Cheney's Oil Money, thank you for the 24 months. Looks so good. Toxic Marina, thank you for the 9.
Got me going. Twist and shout. Come on, baby.
Yeah, who did not want to be Ferris? could be fun too. I could do a medley, and I could do the Ferris Bueller medley. This is real. Chicago does this every August 3rd. Come on, baby. The dad. Shake it on, baby. Shake it on, baby. Is this the Beatles? Yes. And also, so the story behind Twist and Shout is that they were recording their album and their voices were shot, like completely shot. And John Lennon was like, let's just give her the old college try. Like, let's just record one take, see what we can do. And it's why their voices are so, you can hear that like, like they're so, vocally sound very different from the rest of their songs because they had like nothing left in the tank. They wanted to do this cover, but they were so fucked up at the end of recording. Yeah. So they were like, all right, let's just, let's give it a go. And honestly, it's one of my favorite Beatles. I think it's one of their best. I like you know what it is? It's what JoJo Siwa wishes she sounded like. Having like a very like, shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. JoJo Siwa wishes. Can I tell you guys that will not leave? Like, I cannot be free of that stupid clip of JoJo Siwa's cover of Betty Davis Eyes. He keeps playing it. Like, I'll just hear that. I'll hear the. I'm like, no, stop, please. Free me. Please. Ahem. And I guess you could do Betty Davis Eyes. Oh, there's so many. I could, because like, how sick would this be too? How sick would doing Alanis? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, yeah. An old man turned 98. You won a lottery and died the next day. It's a black fly in your Chardonnay. It's a death row party. 2 minutes too late. And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the good advice. Okay, I could do that one or this. This one's also.
I want you to know that I'm happy for you. I wish nothing but the best for you both. I know the version of me. Is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater? Does she speak eloquently? And would she have your baby? I'm sure she'd make a really excellent mother. 'Cause the love that you gave every day was unable to make it enough for you.
Does you know how you told me and hold me until you died? Till you died, but you're still alive, and I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You wanna know? Like, it's hard, but I think vocally I could hit it. It's hard. You gotta like really go for it. I can't remember if she key changes at all.
Did you forget about me?
It seems tough. You just have to like full commit.
I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner. There was a slap in the face. How quickly I was replaced. And are you thinking of me when you fuck her?
Also, I just love this music video.
And every time you speak her name,
Does you know how you told me and hold me until you died?
till you died, but you're still alive. And I'm here
To remind you of the mess you left when you went away.
It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You ought to know.
It's like right at the top of my belting register. I know, it's super grunge. I don't really have a grungy voice. I'm too like jazzy musical theater. Close your eyes,
And you know it.
and every time I scratch my nails on someone else's back, I hope you feel it.
Well, can you feel it?
Well, I'm here
To remind you
of the mess you left when you went away.
it's not fair to deny me
Of the cross I bear that you gave to me.
you ought to know I'm here
To remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair
to deny me
of the cross I bear that you gave to me.
you ought to know.
You know who would fucking kill this? If you guys remember, if you remember Jonas's concert. Oh my God, why am I blanking on her name? She's like a professional singer. She did Paramore. No. Oh, what it starts. Why can't I? Why can't I think of her name? No, not Hayley Williams. No. She played guitar. She's so good. I'm 100 years old. Carmela. Yes. Thank you. Carmela. So talented. She's like actually someone who would nail the shit out of this song. Could you pitch it down for the performance? Maybe. I think we're just doing karaoke tracks, so I could look for like half a step lower just in case, make it a little bit more in my register. Carmela played guitar and sang The Only Exception at Jonas's concert, and it was just so good. You could sing this if you want to do a super left turn. Limp Bizkit rolling. Wait. Yeah? Would I... God, can you imagine me? I get a little goatee. I get a little goatee, backwards hat. I would really be going against type. Okay, not the same thing, but Vanilla Mace and I did a karaoke song of Numb by Linkin Park. Oh, let me tell you, that was rough. Did it at Ludwig's birthday. I'm like, please, can this... I hope no one recorded that. This would, you guys, this would sound so Kids Bop if I did it. It would be so rolling. Please, Queen. I don't even know this, but Spicy Queen. It's like cooler than I'll ever be. Are you kidding? Yeah, no way. No way. Appreciate that you think that I could do it. Weston, I already know what this is going to be. Oh, wait. No, I did not think it... No, I cannot sing Demi Lovato. She's like a... She is such a soprano. Also, Demi's coming back. She's announced that she's coming back and she's going to be badder than ever. How about Complicated? Well, Brit did that last year. This song is great. I do it in German. Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares. Oh, I know. I kind of thought about doing a Sinead as well. Well, Brit did Avril last year, so I'm like, there's so many icons out there. You should pick a fully new one. Can I make it any more obvious? Fake Avril Lavigne.
He was a punk, she did ballet.
One more can I say? He wanted her,
She never tell, but secretly she wanted him as well. And all of the friends stuck up their nose.
Donna Summers, I would actually fucking love to do. This song is vocally really hard.
Spring was never waiting for us, dear. It ran one step ahead.
What is this video?
As we followed him.
I also thought about Fleetwood.
Bongo.
I know, because
guitar.
last Icons I did 80s, like, you know, I did Joan Jett. I'm like, maybe I picked something totally different. Left the cake out in the rain. I don't think that I can take it, 'cause it took so long to make it. This would be an amazing song to lip sync. All right, anyway. Anyway, we could spend like 5 hours. I know everyone's gonna be like, do this one, do this one, do this one. Because there's so many icons out there. There's so many. Now, a couple parameters. One, I don't want to do something similar to what I did last year. So I did Joan Jett. I want to be totally different era of icon. Two, I'm looking at the list thus far, and a lot of them are ballads. Now, maybe the people who haven't submitted their songs are going to submit their songs, and they will be much more like upbeat, up-tempo songs, because we don't want too many ballads. Yeah, we don't want too many sad songs. You got to throw some good energy in there. What about Adele? Yeah, can I be so for real? I also there are certain icons that I will stay the hell away from, because the comparison is too much, right? Like, there's a reason that Adele and Beyonce are like two powerhouses, and same with Celine. Celine, I think there are some people who can do good Celine covers, but people stay away from Beyonce and Adele because it's just really hard to sing covers of them. Whitney as well. What about Heal Me by J Double? Iconic video. There would be like a small portion of those watching the Icons concert who would get it, and everyone else would be like, I'm sorry, what? Nancy Sinatra. Nancy Sinatra's great too. I thought about her. Ashley, I am not doing Taylor Swift. One, because no, and two, because Cutie is doing Taylor. Okay, fine, hear me out. I cannot sing Paramore. I fucking cannot sing Paramore. I wish I could sing Paramore. I cannot sing Paramore. You guys are suggesting songs and artists who I'm like, ain't no way. Look, I know what I can do, and I know what I cannot do. Florence, I bet, is in your range. It depends. I have sung this song before. Happiness is love like a train on a track. I have done this one before. Coming towards her, stuck still, no turning back. She hid around corners and she hid under bed. Cutie told me she was opening with Taylor. She's doing Spice Girls now. I think she's doing multiple. Trapcom, thank you for the 10 months. Usually sung by male vocalists. I do like picking male vocalist songs because it can usually fit well in my alto voice. Best for your father. Does the Chicago icon count? Liz Phair soup. I love me some Liz Phair. All right. Well, I'll be putting some extra thought into it because apparently not that many people know who Wayne Newton is. So they'll be like, why does she look like that? They know the song, but they don't know the artist. Rebel Mike, thank you for the 23 months. Okay. All righty. Oh, just tell him Wayne Newton from Fallout New Vegas. I'll be like, yeah, you guys are fake. You guys are fake gamers. Okay, so anyway, the Icons concert is on Sunday. Cutie was like, you guys can stream it all if you want to. I don't know if I'm going to stream it yet. Not sure, but I think it starts at 4. So if you are wanting to watch... If you're wanting to watch streamers get on stage and try and recreate some of the greatest icons of all time that is happening on Sunday, you nail Amy Winehouse. I know I do Amy Winehouse a lot though, so I was like, maybe I do. Maybe I do something that is out of left field. Joni Mitchell, love Joni Mitchell. I mean. Yeah, I am just gonna like, honestly, I just need to like sit down and make a decision because there's a lot of options. You could pull off an incredible Robert Smith makeup. Thank you. Okay, so anyway, tonight we're gonna do news and look at some stuff, and then I think we're going to be getting into Peak later tonight. I do believe we're going to be doing Peak for the first time. Very exciting. I have Will Neff. If you've heard of him, he was also our guest on Let Me Know. So the episode is pinned there at the top there. Will Neff tells us his lore, episode 33. It's very exciting. Who could have guessed that Will Neff would be our podcast guest? Who would have thunk? So Will and then Sam really wants to play as well. So we're going to try it out tonight. You must carry Bing Bong to the top. Bing Bong. Yeah, so we're gonna do that, I think, around 9. So we'll just cover stuff. We'll cover stuff before then. Just finished it. Very nice. I actually have like no idea what the game even is. People keep talking about it. So I was like, okay, let's do it. Yellow Gumdrop, thank you for the 14 months. Pudgy Face, thank you for the 12 months. And then other news in my life. I hate to announce this again, but I'm going to announce it again. I'm going to the gym, but it's for real this time. I signed up for a gym membership, and the reason that I did that is because yesterday I was dead inside. I don't know how else to describe it, but I felt truly dead inside. And I realized I was like, okay, I can't stream because I feel nothing. It wasn't like I was sick. It wasn't like I was depressed. I just felt not like I had no takes, nothing. I just felt nothing. I just felt completely dead. And I was just like laying on the grass, and I just went, something needs to change. Thoughts and prayers. I've been meaning to go to our neighborhood gym for months. So if you want to do this with me, if you would like to join the gym arc, I am starting for real this time. Like I am fully committing, because as I said yesterday, I was lying there and I went, why? How do I feel something? And I like grabbed Farley's leash and we went on a run, and it was horrible. We were both so out of shape. But afterwards, I like felt some energy. I was as tired and sore as I was from running a mile. I went, oh, okay. I think I have to bring exercise back into my life. I think I have to do that. So I went to the gym today. And I know I've said this like a bunch of times. I've been like, I'm on my gym arc, but it feels like real this time. It feels like I'm actually going to do it this time, because I am in my 30s, and I have not been consistently physically active in years, honestly, years. Girl, you ran a mile. You're like miles more fit than me. Well, it was moving very slowly. And Farley was so funny because the first half of it, he was like in front of me sprinting, so excited. And then he was dead tired. And I had his leash like attached to my fanny pack. And so I was jogging so slowly and he was behind me just like, I was like practically dragging him on the second half of the mile. I was like, come on, baby, we got to get in shape. We got to get in shape. Mike from PA thinks you should run for office. Oh, I know. And I said at 50,000 subs, sure, why not? I'll do it. But I'm going to start running by the first running I'm going to do is running on the sidewalks of French Polynesia. That's how I'm starting out. It's called dopamine. Yeah, it's amazing that like just kind of pulling myself out of this sludge. Like I just felt sludge. I just was like, this isn't good. This doesn't feel good. And so I have decided that I'm going to prioritize getting exercise. Yeah. So if you want to do that with me, if you're like, man, I have been wanting to bring fitness back into my life, or maybe for the first time, well, join me, comrades. Let's do it. Let's get fit. Let's take 30 minutes out of our day, and get a little bit of exercise. I'm so happy we have workout just like Jazz Friday. I'd be a regular. That's right. If you love Jazz Friday, then you're going to love fitness every day. Elon, thank you for the 34 months. I'll get off my ass. You know what? Kim K says no one wants to get off their ass and work, but we are here to prove her wrong. Okay, we are getting off our ass and we're going out and doing it. Oh, it's every day? Not every day. I think especially if you're just starting out, it's important to like not kill yourself because you'll burn out. But I think starting small, even if it's just doing something, 10, 20 minutes, start small and then add on. Rehan, thank you for the Prime. Guapoco, thank you for the 32 months. I thought about working out. Does that count? No, but it is the first step. It is the first step because that's where I have been for a long time. Jim Ark's soundtrack. And I didn't even want to say anything because I've done this a million times where I've been like, you guys, I'm starting to work out again. But I was like, no, I'm going to say it because I want to be held accountable and also because I want to help inspire people who are looking to be inspired. I already sent something to Will. I'll show you what I sent him that I was like, this is going to be us. Physical. I said, this is going to be us, Will. ACLs hurt watching them. No, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. It kind of counts. Research shown that athletes that think about working out, imagining the workload, thinking about form, etc., tend to get better results, like a workout prep. Okay, yeah. I don't think that those of us who think about working out are doing necessarily that, but let's have it count. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So that's what's new with me, and also why I decided to take stream off yesterday. But then afterwards, I felt life again after I got a little bit of exercise, and then I found that wig, and I put the wig on, and I went into Will's stream room. I was like, "What do you think? Working out is so good for your mental too. It feels great." Yeah, I have been so sedentary since I started streaming, and I will wake up every day and kind of just sit at my computer and read shit. And I just need to add more. I need to add more variety into my life. And I don't like sitting all day and then sitting for hours when I'm streaming. And I just want to feel better. You know, I don't even think it's so much like I've never been like an obsessive overweight, but I don't feel good. Like I do not feel good, and I am always low on energy. I feel like I'm frequently not in a great mood. And so when you first came into Will's stream room with the wig, the first thing I thought was lesbian Kim Jong-un vibes. That's what I was going for. Would you do fitness streams? I don't know. Maybe down the line. I think right now I just need to I'm doing this for myself, and I don't know. There's a lot of people who do fitness streams who will do much better fitness streams than I do. And so, if I don't work out, I get mega depressed and everything feels monochromatic gray. When I work out, everything still feels gray, but it's like a bluish gray, so it's okay. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of people who working out is a very important part of their life, and it helps them not just physically, but also mentally. And so, I don't know. We're going to try. We're going to see. And I think because for me, working out has never really been this thing that I enjoyed. Like, I think I always looked at it as this thing that I needed to do, especially when I was in my 20s and I was working in nightclubs. And I was like, I need to be really fit and skinny and hot, and I'm 25 years old. And so I have to run to Barry's boot camp and then do a very high intensity class and then run home and just, you know, have an 8-pack. And it was just not something that I think I ever really derived enjoyment from. And then COVID just really screwed things up. And since then I have not been consistently incorporating exercise into my life. I was always more of a play sports guy than a be in the gym guy. Yeah, I'm also starting up softball again. I got the call. The softball games are starting up again. And I'm like, you know what? I am so tired of like being incredibly sore from a softball game with David. We'll see. Maybe David will be there. Maybe my BFF David. Yeah, so I was like, okay, let's do this. Let's do this for real this time. I broke my ankle in 2 places in March, having to learn how to walk on it still. Ooh, yeah, I have chronic injuries as well. And so I think that's also been a thing I've always used as an excuse of like, I have chronic injuries and so I don't want to do any exercise whatsoever. Are there any exercises you enjoy? Well, I did love playing sports, but I have a lot of old injuries from sports because I was really competitive and would just throw my whole body. I'd throw my whole ass into whatever I was playing. Yeah. So I think it's a changing my mentality around getting exercise is like this thing that I want to do to like take care of my body. And you know, it's not that I'm old, but I think being in my 30s is definitely different than when I was in my 20s, and I just need to like I want to feel not in pain too when I'm sitting down for as long as I do during stream. I've been sedentary for years and was having headaches regularly multiple times a week. Finally started exercising 2 weeks ago. Yesterday I realized I hadn't had one headache since, and I feel so much better. Yeah. You know, the whole, like, when you eat well, when you get exercise and good sleep, and man, I hate that they're right in saying that will that can bring some good into your life. You're like, damn, they were right. When I get a good night of sleep, when I eat well, and when I get exercise, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, I have chronic illness, but even so easy exercise. Just like moving your body around. I remember, I think about this tweet that I saw that was like, you're not old, you just need to stretch. And I think about that often, where I'm like, fuck yeah, that's so true. Like, even just look, if you are, for whatever reason, you can't, you can't work out. I think in the way maybe you kind of picture working out, just like moving your body around, getting some stretches in, that's something that you can definitely incorporate into your life and would bring improvement. Like, I stretched today and I went, oh God. oh yeah, that's something I haven't done in a long time. So anyway, if you would like to join me on this getting exercise, moving your body arc that I am on, we can join Italian Hands. Okay. I stretched daily. Once I started, I could not believe I was living without it. Yeah, man. You stretch and you're like, God damn, I haven't done that in a long time. Ooh. Venus, thank you for the prime. Micah, thank you for the 24 months. Latrodectus Astra, thank you for the tier 1. Gotta hit the splits. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna train to hit the splits. Okay, what shall we start off with? I guess we could we could start off with talking about you know what? I feel like we should just let me just pull up the ContraPoints thing. Okay. So ContraPoints went to Reddit, not even to Twitter, but they're still cooking her on Twitter. She went to Reddit to finally post her full take on Israel, and it wasn't shocking at all. Like, if you have been paying attention to other comments that ContraPoints has made around Israel and Palestine, and somebody had asked her, like, are you going to do a video on Israel and Palestine? And she's like, no, people would be so fucking pissed. So I think that was already an indication that, like, oh, this person does not actually really oppose the genocide that is being perpetrated against Palestinians. Otherwise, why would she respond to a random comment and be like, no, people will be pissed? There were definitely warning signs. So if you don't know who ContraPoints is a bread tuber, a YouTuber who does long essays on politics and culture. And it's funny because the internet lists her as an American left-wing YouTuber, but I would not say that she's actually left-wing. She has received criticism in the past for doing content with Hillary and Chelsea Clinton, and kind of is the very, like, girl boss, lived up centrist political commentator. And she's we've watched some of her videos before, and she's had some great videos. She's someone who I didn't know about until I started streaming, and then people were like, oh, you should watch this ContraPoints video. But nowadays her politics are very much so giving neoliberal, very much so the politics of what is best for me. And anyway, so she posted finally this statement, which honestly, this is a whole lot of words to basically say that she does not support she doesn't support the cause. It's like it's giving the I ain't reading all that Free Palestine. And one thing that I noticed with this post is how much this was about her. And this is something that I've noticed with like a lot of content creators who speak on Palestine, is like they make it so much about themselves. And it's like, this isn't about you. It's not about you. It's not about me. This is about Palestine, and this is about supporting the liberation of Palestine. This is about bringing an end to the U.S. Israel-backed genocide and freeing the people of Palestine. This is not about you, a popular YouTuber, like at all. And she's doing the Tom York method. And this is something I have noticed with public figures, be they celebrities or content creators, who they're like, because they speak about politics, because that is like a big part of who they are as public figures, that their audiences have noticed how they have been silent on Palestine. And so when called upon to like, hey, what are you, why is this major issue something that you are quite intentionally staying away from, they get very defensive. They get very defensive and then end up doing something like this, which is, it just reeks of narcissism. It really does. Like, it's astonishing. It's astonishing how just simply narcissistic it is to make a genocide about yourself. Somebody who lives like quite a privileged life compared to those in Palestine who are facing atrocities beyond, the imagination. And not even that, because it's the most live streamed genocide of history. So anyway, I'll just quickly go through this. I was like, maybe I'll go line by line and talk about why each line is bad, but nah. So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? I'm just going to stop there. Okay. So I don't think that this required a 3-hour video on Palestine. The way that like Contra has talked about this is she keeps being like, oh, you want a 3-hour video on Palestine? I'm not going to do a 3-hour video. It's like, girl, you could have just like, you didn't have to do one of your long video essays on Palestine. But it has become quite apparent that on all platforms, this is an issue that you are choosing really to stay silent on, or like the few times you speak up, it's to talk about the problem on the left of anti-Semitism, which it's like, so naturally people are going to look at this and go, what are you doing? What is happening? Okay. Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I have posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions, so I would rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Yes. Wow, thank you. So brave. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. She should have ended it there. Honestly, that's where it should have ended. Is Israel committing genocide? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. But no. We go on to this essay, which just lays in detail her issue, which ultimately is with the people who are actively opposing the genocide that she just so bravely said, I acknowledge and I oppose. Okay, I feel a lot of other things. One, doom. This week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed. Existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. So I just want to say what that does is this contextualizes it as something that happened to the Israelis in a vacuum, and therefore they have this lust for revenge rather than considering this in the context of the history of Israel and Palestine and how Israel was founded on the brutal ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and has been the case since then. Okay. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it. It reminded me of the US after 9/11. And again, that did not happen in a vacuum either. Nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. That is false. That is doing genocide. Like, so much of this is genocide apologia, but claiming that it was not feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. You're excusing the genocide off the bat here. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there was a sense of futility, but worse. So ContraPoints, like, a big part of her argument is that it's futile. Nothing can happen. Nothing can change without all these things changing. So what's the point? But also, I am going to vehemently oppose the people who are trying to change those things, who are trying to replace members of Congress who are pro-Israel, who are in favor of, funding genocide against Palestinians. This is like straight up doomerism too, of there's nothing to be done, so why bother? Okay, 2, misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. First of all, you know what this is? It's giving? It's giving when you have just learned about something, and so you've decided that everyone else has just learned about it. Rather than there has been a coalition of anti-Zionist pro-Palestine people in the United States who have for a long time been fighting against Zionism, been fighting against the ethno state that is Israel. So this is not like quickly decided. There are a lot of people who for years, for decades, have been fighting for Palestinian liberation. Just because you haven't doesn't mean that other people have not. And also, yes, it's not merely opposition to the genocide, it's opposition to the political ideology that created the conditions for genocide in the first place. Of course, because the genocide needs to end. That is an obvious thing. But the conditions that have led to Palestinian suffering for 80 plus years now, those conditions have to end. The political ideology that determines Palestinian self-determination to not be allowed, that classifies Palestinians as human beings without rights, that takes their land and their lives, needs to be upended. And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It's like, would you oppose the Holocaust, but not oppose the political ideology that was Nazism? That's what's happening here. It's not hard to understand, Natalie. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. I don't understand what she means, by broad category. Like, I think, again, this is a person who maybe herself doesn't really understand Zionism and therefore then is projecting her ignorance, whether that ignorance is willful or not, onto people who do understand what Zionism is. And it's interesting, too, that she doesn't talk at all about Christian Zionists, because a good way to understand Zionism is to understand that the majority of Zionists in this world are Christian. So, like, if you're having a hard time understanding how Zionism is separate from being Jewish, then maybe you should take a look at the strength and size of Christian Zionism. We have never had a Jewish president, and yet every president has been a Zionist. Most loudly, Joe Biden, who would brag, Joe Biden is Catholic, who would brag about how he's the number one Zionist. It was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doom cause. So I would like to bring up one example to push back on Natalie's doomerism, on the idea that, this is a very difficult, politically, this is filled with obstacles, so it can't be done. South Africa's apartheid regime. Remember it? Remember how South Africa's apartheid lasted for decades and how the United States supported South Africa's apartheid government and how there were people in this country who opposed it. There were student-led protests, and there was the feeling that maybe South Africa's apartheid regime will never collapse. And then you know what happened? There was enough global pressure. There was enough pressure within the United States that the U.S. had to draw back on their support. So this idea that apartheid states can never be truly opposed because the obstacles are insurmountable is bullshit. Or I don't know, take other major oppressive structures throughout history and how they seemed impossible to try and whittle down, and yet people kept fighting for civil rights in this country in an era, in the era of Jim Crow, where a lot of civil rights leaders and those who were involved in the fight thought we may never get rights. We may never be able to dismantle this. And it's not to say that those structures have been completely dismantled, but victories were won. And can you imagine if throughout history people were nothing we can do about slavery. Nothing we can do about Jim Crow. Nothing we can do to ensure gay marriage is legalized. Nothing that we can do to fight against oppression, so we're not going to do anything about it. No, this is an excuse. It introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, people who are anti-Zionist are very clear what Zionism is and very clear to separate their anti-Zionism from the bullshit conflation of anti-Semitism. And what Natalie and liberal Zionists like her will do is they will point to actual anti-Semites who use the Palestinian cause as a way to push white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and be the left is anti-Semitic. It is very disingenuous. Because those who are truly anti-Zionist, and that is where their opposition to Israel's apartheid ethno-state comes from, that is where their support of Palestinian liberation comes from, do a lot of labor in explaining what Zionism is and why we must oppose it. And it is so gross that Natalie spends so much time, people like her spend so much time not actually opposing the fascist ideology that calls for calls for a state to have one ethnic majority. But what she does instead is makes this issue of anti-Semitism on the left out to be some real serious issue. Vagueness of anti-Zionism. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis held up all anti-Zionist protests as essentially threatening, inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there's a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways. You know what's interesting is how anti-Semitism proliferates when you have the state that calls itself the Jewish state committing genocide. And it is so frustrating because real leftists who are opposed to the political movement and ideology of Zionism will constantly push back on anti-Semitism that is real, will constantly try to separate Jewish identity, like Jewish ethnicity, religion, from this political ideology. But when you have the state of Israel going, nope, we represent all Jews, and what we're doing is a genocide, and we are gladly committing a genocide, blah, 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 that leads to an uptick in anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda. Many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. Like, there is no blame at all here. There's no blame at all here on Israel, on Israel supporters who are constantly making that conflation. And guess what? Your average person who, sure, they don't understand, they don't get the nuance here. They don't understand the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. They're going to look at the state that calls itself the Jewish state, that purports to act on behalf of all Jews, that has linked itself to all of Judaism, that is monolith, all Jewish people, and be like, so they're committing genocide in the name of all Jewish people in this world. Well, I'm not comfortable with children being blown up. I'm not comfortable with genocide. Like, that's not hard to understand how that can happen. Number 3, dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months. So I just want to, I know I said I was going to go through this much quicker, but do you notice that we're halfway through and she has spent more time in this, in her full take on Israel post, blaming the left, blaming the people who are really the ones opposing genocide. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. So, sorry, Natalie, but I gotta correct you there. Because Palestinians have, one, asked for the photos and videos to be shared. They have said, don't forget about us. They have taken to TikTok, to Twitter, any opportunity they can to shine a light on the atrocities they're facing. They are posting these things themselves and hoping that those of us who care will circulate these images that, journalists, so many journalists, Palestinian journalists and media workers who have been murdered because they have done everything they can to report on what is happening to their people. So I'm sorry, Natalie, it makes you uncomfortable because you don't fully oppose this. That's what this is all about. It's, I'm not comfortable seeing these images because I am not morally opposing those who are responsible for this carnage that I'm seeing. And by the way, it's more than hundreds, okay? It's more than hundreds. It's thousands. This is the most live streamed genocide in history. So the main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I want to scream. I want to scream. She's so infuriating. She's so cowardly. She's so cowardly. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So let's not show the images of the effects of Israel committing genocide, because it will make Israel look bad, which then could make Jewish people look bad. And again, which this is, Natalie, you're so frustrating. You're so frustrating, because leftists who have spent the last 20 months opposing this genocide, working so hard to make that separation, to go, this, what Israel is doing does not represent the actions of all Jewish people. And it is disgusting. It is disgusting to monolith Jewish people and to say that you are doing this in the name of Judaism. And we have spent so much time trying to push back on that. And here she is being like, well, I just think you guys are awful for sharing this stuff because it could have, because it's affecting the reputation of Israel, and therefore, like, Jewish people who are, who have connected themselves to Israel, or like because people perceive Israel as representing all Jewish people in this world. Think of the optics. Think of the optics of opposing a genocide because it might make these people look bad. I mean, think about like this being said in the context of Nazi Germany. Oh, we oppose the Holocaust, but we can't oppose the Holocaust, and we can't share any images of it because it might make Germans, who are not all, who are not all Nazis, look bad. And here's the thing. At this point too, every single person, Jewish or non-Jewish, should be condemning genocide. If you do not condemn genocide, if you say, actually, yeah, I'm cool with this, like, I support this, then you deserve to be ostracized. Like, I don't know what to tell you at this point. If you are connecting yourself to this genocide in a way that you support it, you support what is happening to these, to the Palestinian people, then that's on you. That is on you. Also, why is she coming out right now to give credence to leftist anti-Semitism claims right as the centrist Dems are smearing Zoran with false anti-Semitism claims? Because Natalie doesn't care about criticizing power that enables genocide. She cares about the optics of what happens when you criticize the enablers of genocide. I've seen like a lot of people post versions of that stupid fucking meme of her. They don't want power. They just want to endlessly critique power. But now do it in the style of like, oh yeah, Natalie doesn't actually oppose genocide. She wants to oppose those who oppose genocide. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns recurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claims that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if not outweighed by tangible benefits. So I approach the issue cautiously. Let me point out the fact that for the first time in 30 years, support for Israel has been at an all-time low. So we are already seeing the results of the movement that seeks to liberate Palestine, to bring an end to the genocide, and has been so clear in its criticisms of Israel and of the United States. So this whole, like, I'm not going to criticize Israel if the criticism isn't outweighed by tangible benefits is disgusting. Which, okay, wait, let me just finish this. Number 4, bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. Oh, okay, then I guess we shouldn't have opposed Joe Biden's genocide at all. I guess we shouldn't have said anything because according to Natalie, that did not produce an effect fast enough. And so therefore it was not only pointless, it was actually harmful to be opposing the Democrats who it was Joe Biden's genocide. We know that. That's the admission right there. Natalie's more afraid of political and social backlash from supporting Palestine than the consequences of letting genocide go unopposed. She also cares very deeply about the Democratic Party winning no matter what. That's what this is about. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years. And, because that's what they were doing under Biden and what they would have done under Kamala. You ghoul. The U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure and make protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me. And this is what it's about, too. It's all about ContraPoints. Trump is a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. Well, what about their family members in the United States who largely were, who are like concentrated in areas such as Dearborn, Michigan, and who felt they could not morally, it would go against their morals and against everything to support the president who had been funding the genocide against their family members. How about those Palestinians? And I also love this that thank you for the recognition that this isn't the fault of Palestinians who are overwhelmingly the victims here. Okay, girl. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor and I will continue to support that cause. Well, you've never supported the cause in the first place, so I don't know what you mean by continue to support that cause. TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. And that is why I haven't made a video about it. Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other bread tubers have different opinions. And I wrote this. So the day that American policy shifts in support of Palestine, then Contra will loudly support the cause and pat herself on the back for having been the true arbiter on how to oppose a genocide by blaming the people trying to shift policy to stop the genocide. And then when policy finally shifts, you support the policy shift. The worst TLDR of all time that doesn't even broach the surface of what she actually said. It's so... I wonder how this policy shift happens. Yeah. Honestly, this is the epitome of MLK Jr. talking about, the white moderate, right? That is who Contra is. The great stumbling block towards freedom, being the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension. Malcolm X, MLK, they warned us about the moderate, about the person with politics, Natalie's, who opposes every war except the one we are currently in, who supports every civil rights movement except for the one that's currently ongoing, who cares more about aesthetics, who cares more about civility, who cares more about like how things are perceived. And it's you know what, this like truly shows too that there are a lot of people who call themselves you know, who call themselves liberal in their politics. And really what that means is ensuring that the status quo is never upended, that those who are actually radical in their politics, and who in this moment for Palestine have taken to the streets, have done everything that they can in their power, you know, who post online to like, you know, not just shift public opinion, but shift public opinion as a way to put pressure on our leaders in power. And Natalie spends so much more time criticizing those people, but in a way where she has no recognition at all that it's like these people who she's criticizing are not critiquing power because they don't want power. They're critiquing power because those in power deserve that criticism, are causing a lot of harm to people, and because we are seeking to take that power from them. Contra's going to be one of those I was always against this. I mean, the fact that she said too, like in the end here, I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor and I will continue to support that cause. You don't support the cause. You don't support the cause because you oppose the people who actually support the cause. Because you're supporting the cause is there's nothing to be done. And so the people who don't agree with that are actually the problem here. That's what this statement is. It's very much so about her, you know, her fervent desire to never hold Democrats accountable for anything because Democrats winning is the most important thing in the world, and how her politics is one that resides in being safe and in not actually being radical whatsoever. Politically knowledgeable people saying that they are liberal these days just means that they're liberally giving their conservative takes. Yeah, and people rightfully so keep asking the question, so how does American policy shift? Is it just going to shift on its own, Natalie? When you say, I hope that American policy shifts one day, you say that at the end of the statement where you are shitting all over the people who have tried, not just for the last 20 months, but for years to shift American policy. So how does that policy mysteriously shift? It's just going to do it on its own because the U.S. government will have a change of heart, because the Israeli government will have a change of heart. Like, what are you talking about? You have no idea how politics works then. How could you be a political commentator when you clearly have no idea how things actually work? Yeah, like through magic? Or are we just gonna wave a wand around and then suddenly, oh, we'll see these great policy shifts? What is this that you speak of? Centering her feelings is gross, but the grossest part when she talks about the footage online as if it was just some gore stuff and not what Palestinian journalists are risking their lives to share so we do something. Yes, there's a lot of gross parts of this, but that's the one, like, do you remember when liberals started talking, like this was really, really heavily being said during the run up to the election, where they were talking about these as snuff films? They were like, they were making the comparison to snuff films where it's like, oh, you guys are just doing this because for shock value, because you are angry little leftists who are just sharing these gory videos as a way to shock people, which, first of all, like, fuck you. Second of all, Palestinians have also repeatedly said, please don't forget us. When they're like, you know, I've seen so many go like, my account is being suppressed. Like, please share this. Please don't forget about us. Please keep, please keep feeling outraged, and please do something to stop this, because there's nothing that we can do. And like, they specifically would make appeals to people who lived in the United States, because we, the people, put these leaders in power in the US government who allow Israel to do this. Like, without US support, Israel could not do these things. And it's why Palestinians specifically have repeatedly made pleas to Americans, because these are our tax dollars and these are our leaders. Those videos are the only reason why the American public is against Israel for the first time in history. Like, yes, I mean, this is the world we live in now, where we are connected via the internet, where we are watching a genocide play out online, not just because Palestinians were, you know, both journalists and regular civilians alike were risking their lives to show this footage, to like share with the world, but also because IDF soldiers were posting their war crimes on TikTok. It's also a grosser term because snuff is associated with getting off for freaks. They think we enjoy those films, or do people who enjoy genocide just enjoy them? I mean, again, it was, you know what it is? It's people who they know that they don't have a red line when it comes to calling out political leaders. And for a lot of liberals, that red line that didn't exist was genocide. And they cared more about Democrats being unopposed. But the thing is, they still care about that. The election is over. Like, the presidential election from November is over. And yet they still have maintained that argument over like how it hurts the Democratic Party, and it's a distraction to be centering Palestine in American politics. But again, it's because they don't want to see it. They don't want to see it because they are not opposing it. So they don't want to be reminded of that. They don't, you know, it's this attitude of, this is something that I have chosen to not care about in a way that informs my politics and my political decisions. So therefore, I don't want to be reminded that for a lot of people, something like genocide is a red line, that it is something that has changed their politics, that it has changed their, you know, has changed everything. And it's cowardly, you know, it's very cowardly. And people who look at Palestine this way will do everything they can to make themselves the moral arbiters. They will do everything they can to like not have to live with the guilt, to live with the sin of not fully opposing the genocide of Palestinians. And so they'll try and turn it around and make those who are unequivocally opposed to genocide out to be the bad guys. Miss Rachel did a lot and didn't type out paragraphs of word salad. Yeah. And it's not to say that like you can't like criticize how, you know, it's not to say that there are not online leftists who who you know have like done things or said things that are not acceptable or whatever. But I think if your approach to Israel and Palestine is not, I oppose this genocide, I oppose apartheid states, I oppose the the illegal occupation, and full stop. Like I don't, if that is not what your main your main opinion is, and it's more of a footnote, or it's more of a like, I'm gonna just get this out of the way, but like, sure, I think genocide is bad, but, and then you go on to explain why you actually don't oppose genocide, then I don't know. It's really not hard to see and to understand. Yeah, notice the output of Natalie's content versus someone like Miss Rachel's. Does she not think Miss Rachel probably disagrees with some online leftists, but what does her support look like? Yeah, the fact that Miss Rachel is a fucking children's YouTuber and has done more than one of like the biggest political bread tubers, you know? Miss Rachel is a teacher who entertains children via YouTube. And she is so clear, has been so clear in her support of Palestine, of the children of Palestine, and bringing an end to the atrocities being committed against them. So really, there's no excuse. I do hope genocide changes people's politics. I mean, it has already. Do you condemn Hamas? Yes or no? Oh, I was waiting for one of these. Waited 10 minutes. Deadly Troopers waited 10 minutes. Deadly Troopers, do you condemn the IOF? Do you condemn apartheid? Do you condemn ethno-states? Do you condemn genocide? Do you condemn ethnic cleansing? Do you condemn? Do you? Prob not considering their profile photo. Oh, there's always one of these. And she explains it in the simplest terms. She cares about people, and what is being done to these people is unacceptable. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, ContraPoints is, even though she went to Reddit to post that bullshit, is being cooked up, down, left, right, all over the place on Twitter, because people we've had enough. We've had enough. That's what you have to offer almost 2 years into a genocide. That's what you have. You could have said nothing. You know, I think that's the thing, is like, a lot of people don't recognize, if I've said nothing at this point, if I, as a political commentator, have not unequivocally condemned genocide and offered my support to the cause of freeing Palestine, then just fucking say nothing. Then just nothing. Because nobody needed that. Corporate AF, thank you for the 7 months. Best thing to do is to forget her and her content from here on out. Yeah, I'm just not interested in anything that she has to say, you know. I think she has made it very clear, and I think in the past she's had some good essays, right? I think she's done some good work, but I think when it comes to really the greatest moral issue of this century, and one where if you are an American who is involved in politics, and you have chosen to not oppose this great atrocity, then I don't know. I mean, I think that speaks for really who you are. So despite like the good work that you've done in the past, I think the issue of Palestine is one that should tell people who you really are. There's so many other creators with incredible work who are also good people using their platforms for good. Yep. And I'm sorry if you were like the biggest ContraPoints fan, but also there are like a lot of really great essayists out there. There's a lot of content creators out there. Reminder of the DNC liberal response. Oh, how could we forget? Yeah, literally could not be a better explainer for how a lot of liberals have treated Palestine, is literally to plug their ears. This guy was horrible. Literally plug my ears, cover my eyes. If I don't have to hear it, then I don't have to answer for it. Oh, this one was always like the craziest to me too. Wearing a rainbow armband. But let me cover my ears because I don't want you to make me feel uncomfortable. If my politics are one that are of discomfort, then I don't want it. Chank Pecker, thank you for the 7 months. La la la, I can't hear you. And if I can't hear you, then you're not real. Then this isn't real, and then I don't have to do anything about it. Man. I just think all the time about how these people would have acted in the past, you know? Like if Nazi Germany and the Holocaust were happening in modern times with the internet, with the way that politics is disseminated and I don't know, same with the civil rights movement. We know what they'd be doing. So anybody who's like, I would have stood up to, no, you wouldn't if you're not doing it now. Perfect encapsulation of Democrats doing everything to ignore the blatant issues in front of them. Yes, because Orange Man bad, and that's all that matters. We don't have to wonder this is it. Yeah, I mean, like literally those events of the past, which people love to talk about how, I can't believe that more people didn't oppose it. Like, how could this have been going on and people were just living next door to it? We're just allowing it to happen. Well, motherfuckers, I wonder. Because it's not that humans have changed per se, The same way they would be on the side of Nazis and talk about how we should value the feelings of German citizens. Yeah, but you know who's actually been popping off? I'm telling you, these two and the wine mom radicalization. These two, I've had it, ladies. I love them.
And if your kids in Israel want to go to a higher education, guess what? They don't have to go in debt because it's subsidized by us, by these politicians. Let's do roll call. Let's put them up. Let's call them out. Let's go. New York Democrats who haven't endorsed Mamdani and their AIPAC bag. Let's go. Representative Laura Gillen, $94,905.
They have had enough with AIPAC.
Representative Adriano Espialat, I'm butchering his last name, $202,000. Representative Tom Suozzi, $312,000. Representative Dan Goldman, $366,000. Representative Gregory Meeks, $690,000. Representative Grace Ming, $619,000. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, almost $1 million, coming in at $997,000. And I will remind you that she engaged in Islamophobic attacks on this mayoral candidate and didn't defend Islamophobia, yet is so quick to call out anybody as being anti-Semitic. And that's the thing in this, is that we can speak out against the provocations and the war crimes of the Israeli government, and they don't get to hold us hostage and tell us we're anti-Semitic. That's bullshit, and don't fall into that trap.
Trust. Okay. These women are two middle-aged white ladies from Oklahoma City. A lot of their audience are like them. Okay. They probably look like them. They probably are generally quite liberal. And so it can't be understated, like, to have people like them so directly calling out AIPAC and calling out all of the politicians who are paid off by AIPAC, and it is why they fully support Israel and they will continue to. They are do it, ladies.
Next up, Representative Richie
Yes,
Torres.
like suburban white moms who listen to a podcast like I've had
$1.5 million. Senator Chuck Schumer, $1.7 million. Hakeem Jeffries, $1.7 million. Representative George Latimer, $19 million, almost $20 million. Pumps, what
you should have them on the pod. I would rather go on their podcast because they talk about politics on their podcast. And if we had, it would just work better if I went on.
Do you think about all this?
Well, I think you can't serve two masters. You cannot take money from a group and then be completely neutral as to other members of different groups. And if you're going to take that much money from somebody, they're expecting you.
You know what? The three of us should go on tour. We should go on tour to radicalize all of the suburban white moms.
Further their interests. And I just want to piggyback off of something you said, because that Netanyahu is the smarter, more calculated Trump. Am I correct that prior to October 7th, Netanyahu was in major political trouble in terms of staying in power, and that he had the intel?
That is correct.
About the attacks?
That is
correct.
He
allowed it because it would improve his stance politically.
To stay in power.
To stay in power. And that tells me all I need to know.
And I think the whole...
And that tells me all I need to know. Netanyahu, he is continuing this because he wants to stay in power. And all these Democrats, Republicans who support Israel, it's because of power and because of money, because AIPAC is paying all of them off.
Ron thing was a wag the dog away from the egregious genocide and human rights violations that are happening to Palestinians. And this is the part where I get mad at AIPAC, because they want to make everything a binary choice.
That's right.
That you have to support Israel. And here's...
Ooh. I was waiting for the TikTok noise. I was waiting for it because I had this cranked up on volume. The I've Had a Podcast ladies explain why New York Dems who are bought and paid for by AIPAC won't endorse Zohran Mamdani. 100% correct. It is the donors. And like, you know, these two women are frequently based, but like they are Democrats. They have, you know, they vote Democrat. They have had Democratic politicians on the podcast, and I think this is again a sign of the shift that is ongoing. They were at the DNC, where this is now people who have staunchly been Democratic, and you know, I wouldn't call them, I would say they're starting to move into leftist territory, but this shift here of seeing how Democrats have been treating Zohran Mamdani, Zohran Mamdani, where they are opposing him because he does not support Israel. And they are all paid off by AIPAC to support Israel, which is why they are going up against him. They would rather have a sex pest back in office than to support Mamdani. I mean, I just think that I have had enough. I just think it is so clear. It is so clear what is happening here. They're being paid off by this lobby. Didn't the I've Had It ladies consider themselves progressive, or did I remember wrong? Yeah, I'm trying to explain, though, that, like, people like them, I think, really are turning heel on the Democrats because they are seeing clearly that the Democrats don't actually support progressivism. They don't support progressive candidates. They don't support progressive policies. And especially a progressive like Mamdani, who in that race was the most staunchly against Israel, and how he was, becoming more and more popular. And so the Democrats did everything they could, are continuing to do everything they can to oppose him. And people see that and they go, well, hold on a second. What's going on here? Why is this guy, who you guys are spending all of this money and energy on opposing, someone who's clearly very popular with the people, who's putting forth an agenda that sounds great? Isn't this something that you guys like pretend that you care all about, making life affordable for people? So what's happening here? I think they also know that running centrist Dems as candidates just isn't an option anymore. Yeah, I think right now there are a lot of Democrats, people who have consistently voted Democrat, who have supported Democrats, who are moving away from the Democratic Party, who have had enough, truly have had enough with the way that the Democrats consistently will coalesce to oppose any progressive power, that they are that they will do everything to ensure a maintaining of status quo politics, and are just full of shit by pretending to be for progressive policies, but then oppose candidates who have progressive agendas, and God forbid progressives get a little bit of power. Okay. Dude, the attacks on Mamdani have just gotten they're just trying to do everything. They are trying to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, from he lied about he said on his college application that he was black and Asian. Like, this guy's a real devil. The latest that I've seen is them now trying to say that he's an incel. Okay. So this was from something that he wrote in 2014. Yeah. Grasping at straws. So this is what Zohran wrote in 2014. So 10 or 11 years ago, when he was 22. I grow a beard only to be called a terrorist. I pronounce the H in my name only to hear muffled laughs. Clothing becomes exotic once it clads my body. Cotton shirts are called dashikis, and sandals ethnic. While I am now comfortable in my own skin, I can remember wishing for whiteness my first year, when I thought certain types of girls were impossible to talk to due to my skin being more kiwi than peach. Months later, I remember thinking that attraction might only be possible when a girl had, quote, a thing for brown guys. This is not being an incel. This is being a person of color growing up in a country that worships whiteness and that treats you as other and also fetishizes you while like dehumanizing you. It's either, you know, you're disgusting or you're being fetishized, but point is it's all dehumanizing behavior. That's what this experience is. It's not incel screed. It's growing up in white America and not being white enough. And this is something that I relate to so heavily. I grew up in middle America. I grew up in predominantly white communities. And my first experience with like, my first experience with being othered, with being exoticized, with being, you know, made to feel like I was not a human being happened when I was in junior high. Like that, my first real recollections were like, I didn't think I was any different because I was born in America, because my family was American, because we ate American foods, because I spoke English. Like, why was I treated differently? It's because I looked different. It's because I didn't look the way that a lot of people in the areas that I grew up in looked, and therefore I was othered. I was made to feel like I was an alien in my own in my own home, in my own community. Mamdani's sentiment stretches to every non-white person growing up in America. You don't look like the main character, hence you feel inadequate. And when this line here where he's like, I remember wishing for whiteness. Yes, me too. And like, that was not something that I was born feeling. That was something that I developed the feelings of because of how dehumanized I was, because of how much I wish that I could just fit in with everybody else. It wasn't even a matter of assimilating, because this is where I was born. This is where I grew up. I didn't, travel from another country and have to like assimilate into another culture. That was my culture. I didn't know anything else. But I started wishing, I hated the fact that my last name was so obviously Asian. I hated that, like, I looked, even though I was half white, that I looked very Chinese, that like I had this big Chinese family and we were the only Chinese family around. And so I started desperately wanting to just fit in. I just wanted to be seen as white. And then I knew I never would. And eventually I came to, love my Chinese heritage and whatnot. But that is an experience that is quite common. It's very common to those of us who either were born here or came here from another country, but who are not white or not perceivably white. And then when he says here, I remember thinking that attraction might only be possible when a girl had a thing for brown guys. Like when I was growing up, the guys and girls made fun of me for how I looked. And then all of a sudden I found myself like being fetishized by not just guys, but also girls, that like my friends throughout high school and college would refer to me as like their hot Asian friend. I didn't have a name. I was just I was just the Asian friend. I was very tokenized. I was very fetishized, whether or not it was for like sexual purposes. Fetishization is not just something that is sexual. I think that's something that maybe people don't know. It's when you treat somebody as an object, when you reduce them to stereotypes, when you dehumanize them because you remove their humanity and instead treat them as like this thing, and you remove the individuality of that person, and you remove, their everything that makes them a unique human being, and just reduces them to a stereotype. I grew up in the Bay Area, so my class was very multicultural, though probably at least 50% white, but we had a lot of Chinese, a lot of Japanese, a lot of Koreans, a lot of Indians, a few African Americans. Yeah, I mean, I always used to wonder, like, what would it be like if I grew up with people who looked like me? It wasn't until I moved to California in 2016 that I was like genuinely surrounded by diversity for the first time in my life. And I purposely sought out Asian friends because I had never had any Asian friends. And I didn't know any other Asian women who weren't my sisters, and I didn't know Asian men who weren't my dad and my brothers and my cousins. And so I don't know, like I saw this on the internet, and it grossed me out because I saw, of course, this person sharing that. She would never understand what Zohran Mamdani was talking about, nor would she care, right? This is the person who doesn't give a fuck because she's quoting Bill Maher. This is a white lady who, first of all, is quoting Bill Maher. Second of all, would never ever have this similar experience to Zohran Mamdani. She's a New York Post columnist. Opinion and discarded. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That shit sucks. I'm black and white parents. With white parents on the edge of the suburbs, I wasn't black enough for the black kids or white enough for the white kids, or one, if not the only black kid in certain spaces, getting racist comments and microaggressions, often my parents brushing it off. Yeah, like when I went to college, there were Asian students, foreign exchange students, but I didn't fit in with them. And like they were of a totally different world than mine. And so anyway, it's something that if you have had this lived experience, then you just understand this innately. But this is not Zohran being an incel because he's speaking about his experiences being othered, being dehumanized, being fetishized. Like, oh yeah, like I'm sure people said to him, hey, my friend has a thing for brown guys, like straight up. I would have people be like, oh, I love Asian girls, or hey, this guy really loves Chinese girls, and not understanding how that reduces me to a thing that removes my humanity, that exoticizes and others me. And I'm sure he had that said to him all the time, or like on the opposite, where people are like, oh, I'm not into brown guys. Oh yeah, I'm just not into guys. I'm not into like Indian guys, whatever it was. Either I'm into specifically this. I'm into you specifically because of this fetish I have, or because I don't know, like the opposite of it. Her identifying this as incel thought just highlights her own life experience. I'm just like, you know what? I think you are showing your total lack of empathy and also lack of sharing any type of similar experience. My buddy's name is Ahmed and got told to his face that this girl could not date him because his name was too terroristy. Without a hint of understanding of how fucked that description is. Oh my God. Sorry, Ahmed, can't date ya because I just think your name reminds me of every terrorist ever. So I couldn't possibly be into you. Also, it's not incel screen if you don't use the word females at least once. Yeah. Also, he's like opens in this particular paragraph that she included in the tweet. He opens up by talking about like how stereotyped he was. I grow a beard only to be called a terrorist. I pronounce the H in my name only to hear muffled laughs. That like he is talking about the racism that he experienced, like the Islamophobia that he's known his entire life. Is the incel screed in the room with us? right now. As an Indian girl that grew up here, I've heard the term I couldn't ever find an Indian person attractive more times than I could ever count. Bro, you want to talk about incel screed? You want to talk about current incel screed? How about the fact that the actress from Bridgerton, what's her name? Karithra Chandran. Okay, she plays Edwina. All she did was look pretty at Wimbledon. That is all she did. And some people like took a photo because I think she was sitting in front of I don't know. She was sitting in front of like I can't remember, some popular white celebrity. And people were like, yo, who's that queen in the back? And then others were like, oh, she's sitting in front of Andrew Garfield. Okay. She's sitting in front of Andrew Garfield, minding her own business, just like serving face. Okay, serving face, watching a tennis match. And now it's all shit like this. With and without makeup, fillers, and surgery, both below mid AF. This is incel screed. This woman did nothing aside from like serve face at a Wimbledon match in the background of pictures people took of Andrew Garfield. Also, she's still beautiful. What? Like, that is a gorgeous person. That is a fucking gorgeous person. Protein imposer. Sing. Okay. Oh. Okay. 6'1" Hindu. But this is incels screed. Makeup should be banned. Like, now she's being attacked for doing absolutely nothing except look beautiful at a tennis match. Oh my God. Also, putting your height in a Twitter bio. Who's the loser here? Okay, who's the one deserving of criticism here? But this is incel shit. All right? Not this. Not Zoran Mamdani talking about his experience with Islamophobia, with being othered, with being fetishized, with being an outcast because he did not fit the mold of whiteness in America, versus like now people are now men are saying the most disgusting things about Charithra, all because she committed the crime of looking Gorgina at Wimbledon. Okay. Like, okay. But this is something that you see all the time now, is like, oh, as a woman, how dare you wear makeup? But then also, if you don't wear makeup, how dare you not wear makeup? And also, if you get plastic surgery done and it's obvious, how dare you? But then you should look like, you know, you should be built in the perfect image of how men online want you to look. But God forbid that you do anything to look that way at all. There's no winning. No, there is no winning, because this is just about hating women. That's what this is. This is just about hating women and reminding everyone that you hate women. That's what this is all about. Okay? It's like, it's exhausting. I am so tired. But I need to know she's really that hot. Yeah, it's like, oh, well, I just love a natural woman. And then they'll post a photo of a woman who still like has, you know, has like natural makeup on. It's like anybody who also has like just rolled out of bed, who's like taken an unflattering photo, when you compare that to a photo where they're like showered and have their hair brushed and maybe some makeup on, God forbid, or a filter. A lot of people, including men, can't identify when a filter is used in a photo if the filter is subtle. Yeah. You just cannot win, so don't even try. That is the message that I would like to leave to leave with all women. You cannot win with these men. There is no winning, so fuck them. Don't have sex with them, but I mean, tell them to fuck off. Tell them to fuck off because they just hate you. Yeah, fuck them, but don't fuck them. It really is. And let me just say too, I fucking hate when people on the internet will be like, just say you're gay, bro. And it's like, no, these men are misogynists. Can we not like excuse misogyny by doing the whole they're gay thing? It's like, no. These men are just misogynists. They hate women. This isn't because they're actually gay. Like, there's no such thing as straight men being misogynistic. Just say you hate women. That's what it is. Not a just say you're gay, bro. Just say you hate women. It's as simple as that. Okay. All righty. Let me pull up this video. Just like the white-winged dove sings a song. Be like Austin Show and send the women in your life videos on Instagram that are videos of like butterflies and flowers, and they say, send this to the prettiest girl you know.
Debrief of everything I've...
Send this to the most beautiful girl you know. Great segment. Oh, thanks. Okay, I wanted to watch this guy's video. I don't know who this is. Harper O'Connor. Does anyone know who this guy is? Harper O'Connor. He's a content creator. He's a content creator, and he went and like volunteered for
debrief of
Zohran Mamdani's campaign, and then he made a video, what I learned working
for those who don't know, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani has just won his primary.
Zohran Mamdani.
33-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani.
I'm tired of usually straight people acting like gay men are behind 100% of homophobia, transphobia, misogyny. Like all the straight men are the common denominator here. Yeah, it's like, sure, can gay men be misogynistic? Absolutely. But are we really going to pretend that the main group driving misogyny in this world is not the straights? Really? Okay.
I think it's policy.
It's like when people will talk about the homophobia issue within the Black community, like it's something that resides like it's like an abnormality. Like there's only specifically this homophobic issue in the Black community rather than the issue of homophobia. See you later, Neozern.
In all likelihood, he will be the city's next mayor. To get here, his campaign has gone toe-to-toe with over $25 million in organized money from billionaires and landlords, withstood constant media slander, and overturned the political dynasty of Andrew Cuomo. This election stunned the political establishment. 6 months ago, if you would have told them that a proudly pro-Palestinian, democratic socialist Muslim immigrant would be the country's most dynamic politician, they would have called you crazy. But I always knew this victory was possible. In fact, I talked about it all the way back in January. Except there's one problem. I don't live in New York. So I hit the phones and spent countless hours talking directly to the people of New York City. What do you think about Mamdani? Do you have any questions for me?
He already got my vote.
And when you talk to people for long enough, certain patterns begin to emerge. And to that end, I want this video to serve as a full debrief of everything I've learned during this campaign. First, I'll explore the strategic implications of this victory and why I believe that this race signals a shift in US politics. Next, I'll dive into the tactical lessons from this campaign. Third, and finally, I'll show you some operational tips, tricks, and mindsets from my hours working the phone. Plus, I'm gonna give you access to some exclusive in-field footage you're not gonna wanna miss.
What can I do for you?
My name is Harper. I'm a volunteer with the Zohran for New York City Mayor campaign. How are you doing today?
I wouldn't vote for him if he was the only guy running.
Okay, so without further ado, let's get into it.
What I learned working for Zohran Mamdani, part 1.
So you might be wondering, Harper, why are you so invested in the outcome of a mayoral race in a city you don't even live in? Fair enough. I'm invested in this race because I believe it is a microcosm of a much larger political struggle, and I believe that this race demonstrates that that struggle can be won. Specifically, I believe that this election vindicates several positions I've held publicly since at least January. So, what are the lessons of this race? Firstly, in the age of Trump, leftists need to focus on building local power. Our greatest challenge right now is to meet people where they are and show them that we can materially improve their lives. If we can do that, we'll earn their trust.
I think also, like, the reason a lot of people care about the New York mayoral race, one, because it's New York City, right? It's the biggest city in the United States, and it's like when you think of the United States, you think of New York, right? You think of New York City. It's the Istanbul of America. That's right, baby. And there's a lot of entrenched Democratic power in the history of New York. And this race I think of Mobile, Alabama. This race in particular really highlighted the Democratic establishment's opposition to progressivism in this country. So if you've had if you have not yet understood the true nature of Democratic power in this country, then look no further than the New York mayoral race. This is something that leftists have been saying for a long time. And this is not the first time that the Democrats have opposed progressivism and opposed progressive candidates, but I think it's so starkly on display. One, because Zohran was running against Andrew Cuomo, who is a sex pest who had to leave the governor's office because of his serial sex harassing and also retaliating against the women he had sexually harassed. So it was one, because Andrew Cuomo is so awful, so awful, but two, because Zohran is very likable and very popular and just surged in popularity, and also because he is Muslim, and so seeing the racism from the Democrats, from the liberals in this country, who are all about, in this house, love is love, science is real, we oppose racism, et cetera, and yet a lot of the racist attacks on Zohran have come from the Democrats.
And if we can't, we're going to be left with nothing but empty chatter. And that really doesn't count for much, to be honest. Secondly, this election once again demonstrates that left-wing populism is the only antidote to right-wing populism. In order to unite a movement, you must be able to name enemies and present a clear program for improving people's lives. This should be a basic insight, but in this day and age, it's really not. This talk about naming enemies, in-groups and out-groups, about fighting for something and believing in something, and building your coalition on a concrete bedrock such as working people, this sort of talk makes Democrats uncomfortable, because for the last 50 years, we have only experienced right-wing populism. This sort of framing makes Democrats uncomfortable, because they know that if a genuine, successful left-wing populist movement were to take root in America, the power of their billionaire donors and their corporate sponsors would be in the crosshairs.
Threatened.
Metaphorically. It's an uncomfortable reality for the comfortable middle-class NGO and consultant types who run the Democratic Party, but it's the truth. Only socialism can beat fascism. We saw it in the New Deal. We saw it in World War II. Third, running as an anti-establishment candidate is a winning proposition. Right now, people feel squeezed. People feel leaderless. People feel angry. dare I say. Disillusionment with the status quo is at an all-time high, especially within the Democrat Party's own voter base.
And there's a reason a lot of people voted for Trump, even though Trump is horrible. And even though it's not people who were, part of his base is only one portion of the electoral support he received, but it's because he presented himself as the anti-establishment candidate. That a lot of people have looked at the Democrats and seen them as the establishment, and they look at people like Donald Trump and are like, well, he's an outsider. And that's something that Trump has seized on. He has seized on not being a part of the Republican Party or any party. He's just Donald Trump. But of course, Donald Trump is not actually really a populist. Being anti-establishment is just something in name and not in actual practice, because Donald Trump is a billionaire and everything he does is to benefit himself and those who are a part of his social and economic class. So having actual anti-establishment candidates who are real populists and who have agendas that are pro-working class is what people need.
And it's not hard to see why, because not only did they spend the last 2 years facilitating a genocide, they're now falling over themselves to find common ground with the very people who they called fascists and threats to democracy just 9 months ago. They've proven they would rather tack right and lose than tack left and win. They're clearly faltering. They're clearly morally bankrupt. They are clearly out of ideas. The establishment politicians have nothing right now. The good news is this moment presents
This is 100% why I think the most important change that can be made is campaign finance laws. Absolutely. Getting big money out of politics. Big money rules our political system. The thing with lobbying is that it's not that lobbying is inherently this awful thing, because there are a lot of groups that engage in the act of lobbying, which is to, what lobbying is trying to influence government officials, right? Bringing your cause to lawmakers and being like, this is why this is important. But it's that lobbying is dominated by very harmful corporations and billionaires who just pay off government officials to pass tax breaks for them, to deregulate business. It's legal bribery. And so the problem with money in politics is specifically big money in politics. The problem with lobbying is lobbying as it is done by these massive corporations that are seeking to ensure legislation is going to be in their favor. It's going to make it easier for them to exploit workers and exploit the environment and not face any consequences for doing so. If you have the most money, then you have the most power.
an opportunity for people like Zoran who can call the bluff of these establishment politicians. This election proves that there is a lane for
And most people in this country are opposed to billionaires and big corporations running the political system. Like, they don't like that. They don't like that whoever it is that has the most money has the most power. It's not a like hard concept to grasp. And it is something that most people in this country are opposed to.
Leftist candidates to run against their own party in the same way that Trump did for the Republicans in 2016. This election proves that Americans didn't swing for Trump because America is shifting rightward. This election proves America has in fact been steadily trending anti-establishment for the past decade. And thus far, Trump has been the only person who's been able to truly take up that anti-establishment mantle, aside from possibly Bernie Sanders. The evidence of this is very clear, right? If you look at what Trump is saying now, calling Zoran Mamdani a communist lunatic, he's scared.
But one major difference with Republicans and Democrats is that, you know, the whole like Republicans get in line thing. So once they realized like the power that Trump had and how he was surging in popularity, they started to line up behind him. Whereas somebody like Bernie Sanders, the Democrats will join forces and will do everything to ensure that progressivism and that people like Bernie are kept from very serious power. They'll stab him in the back. Yeah.
Because he understands, again, Zoran and what Zoran represents is the only political force
so like
in
Trump would shit all over the Republican Party, but because his base is so strong and because he essentially positioned himself as the head of the Republican Party without like being the Republican Party, establishment Republicans were like, okay, I guess we're all lining up behind Trump.
America that has the potential to actually meet his challenge rather than simply relying on Republican misgovernment to erode popular confidence in the MAGA movement. This is the two-party duopoly. They're playing hot potato. Somebody like Zoran, who runs on an affirmative platform, who says what he believes in, and whose policy proposals are popular, has the potential to disrupt that duopoly. And that's why establishment Democrats and MAGA Republicans are both freaking out about this victory. So yes, you can win as a leftist candidate. You can win as an anti-establishment candidate. The left is just late to the party. Now, will the establishment heed any of these lessons? I'm not holding my breath. And it's not because they're stupid. I need you to realize that. They are structurally prevented from metabolizing reality because prioritizing the dignity of the 99% over the profits of the 1% would diminish the power of the oligarchs who fund and control both parties. So they resort to focus group platitudes, media control, and culture war to avoid this inconvenient truth. I'm sure that come midterm season, Democrats will try to replicate the Zoran playbook. They'll find some young, smiling face, pump out a lot of catchy short form media.
Did you guys see the Democrats' response to Joe Rogan? Like they had that one guy sitting at a table with a mug that said the Democratic Party, and they're trying to like make this a thing. Did y'all see that? Like this is their answer. They're pouring millions of dollars into these types of shows, like these podcasts, these programs, and it just looking at
people can tell he has an actual vision and they resonate with that vision. Zoran won because his platform is popular and necessary.
Oh no, did they take me down? Take me down to the little white church. Uh-oh, did I go down? Are you good? Okay. All right, just refresh. Just refresh. The DNC got me.
Necessary. If it weren't for his platform, all he'd be was another empty suit with an unusually slick media campaign. If it weren't for his platform...
This guy, Caroline. Let me see this guy.
Take my sweet time on behalf of the American people.
That was House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking on the House floor this morning about
1.4 thousand views streamed 7 days ago from the Democrats' YouTube channel.
About the dire consequences.
But then you want to know what they did? When people were like, look at the stupid fucking mug, then they removed the mug. They removed the mug like they thought that would change anything.
Consequences this bill could have if it passes and millions of people lose their health.
I'm sorry, this is just Pod Save America light. Like this is Pod Save. This is Pod Save. Just with a guy who's like 10 years younger than Jon Favreau.
Air and food assistance. While you were sleeping,
And
House
has an
Republicans got a
earring.
step closer to passing Trump's dangerous budget bill. But Democrats are still doing everything they can to fight back and to let every American know what Republicans who vote yes on this bill are going to be responsible for. As this legislation gets closer to becoming law, Donald Trump...
Like, ain't no way. I'm sorry. This is what y'all are spending your money on? Okay. All right. Way to go. Yeah, you guys got it. Y'all got it. Yeah, they're live stream. They live streamed it. They're trying to make this a thing. Yeah, you've got that guy and Olivia Giuliana. That's who the Democrats are sending out into the world of social media.
He wouldn't have thousands of volunteers knocking on over 1 million doors. If it weren't for his platform, he wouldn't have
Looking
people
like
like
Pod Save Middle Earth. Pod Save Middle Earth.
me calling in to help all the way from Kansas. But again, the
They are not
establishment can
sending their
never
best.
acknowledge that because doing so would betray their donors. It's really that simple. Now,
And again, it's because fundamentally they do not understand why someone like Joe Rogan became so popular. Why you cannot organically just replicate the success of Joe Rogan. That like Joe Rogan and so many of these podcasters and YouTubers, etc., they specifically say that they are not political. Like they don't align with a political party. And the Dems just keep thinking, oh, we'll just put a lot of money into having somebody who is speaking on behalf of the Democratic Party, who's got a stupid fucking mug, who is just reeks of establishment. And that will bring young men over to the Democrats. Meanwhile, it's like, you have Zoran. You have somebody who young men in New York are like, this guy seems pretty cool, dapping him up when they see him, when they see him on the streets. Like, hello?
let's be absolutely clear. The Democrat Party is a high-tech apparatus designed to absorb and smother progressive energy. I am not naive to that fact. That's why the choice to run independent on the Democrat ballot line or even as a Republican is a tactical decision and not a moral one. So
Cam Tram, thank
in
you
the
for
next
22
section,
months.
I want to break down the terrain of this race and try to draw out some actionable tactical thinking that you can apply to your local missions. Moving now from the general to the specific, I want to talk about the concrete factors that impacted this race and made Mamdani's win possible. Firstly, ranked choice voting. This is huge. Rather than being forced to pick a single candidate in this election, voters were able to rank up to 5. If their first choice was eliminated, their vote was transferred to their second pick, and so on. Practically speaking, this meant that left-wing candidates could collaborate rather than compete. For example, Brad Lander had a much different relationship with Zoran Mamdani than Elizabeth Warren did with Bernie Sanders in 2020. And for that, he gets the White Boy of the Year award. Because of ranked choice voting, nobody could accuse Mamdani of splitting the progressive vote. So the structure of how voting actually worked in this election took away one of the major cudgels that is used against actual left populist candidates traditionally. Secondly, New York campaign finance law is friendlier to independent politicians than pretty much anywhere else I've studied. For every $1 that New York City residents donated to Mamdani's political campaign, Mamdani would receive an additional $8 of public funds, up to $250. Plus, New York City imposes a fundraising cap on campaigns, which Zoran hit around early spring. One of the biggest hurdles facing genuinely left-wing candidates is that they have to rely on individual small dollar donations.
Yeah. And
like
they're going
Bernie
up
did
against
in
super
2016 and
PACs.
2020. So yes, Cuomo was still able to get millions of dollars from super PACs, something like $25 million, $30 million, as I mentioned.
Right, but again, super PACs, that's going to mean like more commercials, more mailers, stuff like that. So as a left-wing candidate, as someone who's funded by individual donors, who's, real grassroots, your field strategy is crucial. Your volunteer base is crucial. And so many people signed up to volunteer for Zoran because they genuinely believed in him. Whereas Andrew Cuomo had to pay people to work for his campaign. So that's where money isn't going to always win an election if your field strategy is much stronger because you're an exciting progressive candidate like Zoran is. So sure, super PAC money will again buy more commercials, radio spots, mailers, etc. But it could not it could not temper the on the ground, boots on the ground volunteer base that Zoran had. It literally felt like as he would walk along the streets of New York City, that people would just join. That they'd be like, I want to be a part of that. Sign me up. My Bourbon Pod, thank you for the
Just an
gamer.
absurd
Firewall,
sum
gamer.
of money from
Thank you
some
for
of
the
the
gifted.
richest people in
Firewall,
the country.
thank you for the gifted.
Even though he was able to tap into that super PAC money, it is worth noting that the campaign finance playing field seems to be a little bit more even in New York.
Yeah,
than-
and like knocking on someone's door, having a conversation with them, having multiple conversations with them, that is going to be more effective than them like seeing a billboard or like seeing a commercial or like getting a mailer. Those things help with like name recognition, with just, okay, someone has seen this person's name over and over again. But the volunteers, the size of Zoran's volunteer base was so huge, which meant that they were able to like spread out across the boroughs and like boots on the ground, you know, knocking on doors, having face-to-face conversations with people. It was key.
And other places. And that goes a long way for truly independent candidates like...
Oh, I know. Look at this. Look at this. This is so funny.
All right. That's slower than a tourist walks in Midtown. Okay. You want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah, let's take one. Yes, that's me. That's me. Yes. Yeah, we can take one. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I voted somebody that won
Thank
something.
you.
I voted somebody who won something.
Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you.
Like, did you see any of this excitement?
How you doing, brother? Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Have you seen any of this excitement with Democrats? No.
Thank you. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Can I take one too, man?
Yeah, for sure. Hi. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Ready?
I love this woman.
I think she's coming. Thank you.
I voted for you.
I voted for
Thank
you.
you.
Yo voté por ti.
Yeah.
Yo voté por ti. My daughter dice, voted por ti.
Thank you.
Give me one picture for
Yes.
my daughter.
Your back pocket.
My daughter.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate
Pictures.
it.
People want to be a part
No.
of something exciting.
Let's go.
You know?
Here, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
I got you.
Cámara.
Camera. Shooting our videos is a little bit different now. Did you see Jeffrey's staff member's threat and Hassan's response
New for
to
me.
it?
Keep
No.
Mamdani allies eyeing New York City House Dem primary challenges next. Jeffrey's advisor. If team gentrification wants a primary fight, our response will be forceful and unrelenting. We will teach them all and all their incumbents a painful lesson.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but it doesn't scare me. No, I'm there. Listen.
What, Hakeem Jeffries? Are you
use
gonna go beat us up? Like, are you gonna beat people up who are calling on you to be primaried?
I am a vessel. Okay, I'm a vessel. I'm a vehicle for change. If you want to put a progressive person in a primary against someone who is not doing the work, okay?
Also,
I'm there.
Hakeem Jeffries is saying that the DSA is team gentrification because they're white.
I will be your attack dog. If you want me to dial back, I'll dial it back. Okay? That's it. And the Democrats that don't want to do the work need to either really reconsider whether they want to do the work or not, or they need to reconsider their seats. I think this is fair. I think this is valid.
Yeah, I think that they've just been coasting. I think that they look at this and they're like, I don't have to work hard. I don't have to do anything that's like actually going to require me to get off my ass and work. They're lazy.
And I think it's normal.
They're lazy.
And healthy. You will be silenced? Question mark. I mean,
You will be.
what
Were
do
you
mean?
silent or were you
I will
silenced?
be silenced is like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm literally not on mainstream platforms. Like,
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Jeffries is saying that because he's scared. They will all, if Democrats, establishment Dems are not scared, well, they will be, they should be. And that's a political threat. That is a threat of you will lose your power. You will either, have to go quietly into the good night, or you're going to have to go down swinging because this whole just coasting and relying upon the establishment to protect you, it's not going to be enough.
Zoran. Thirdly, the mobilization campaign around Zoran was absolutely incredible in this election. You can say what you will about the Democratic Socialists of America, but the New York chapter of DSA is probably one of the
We should have this energy when asking to primary Jeffries.
And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing.
The
you ain't heard
Oppenheimer.
nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo!
Woo! Woo! DSA Bronx announced yesterday they just reached 10,000 members. I saw that. It's like, okay. I'm not saying that groups like DSA are immune from criticism, but to see like the success of Zoran and how a big part of that was DSA and how there are, these are groups that are demonstrating that they can gain political power. I think that that's huge. And I think that I would rather support groups like DSA New York City as they seek to remove these establishment Dems from power, Oh boy, could I criticize DSA if I wanted to? Totally. But I think it's a if these groups are gaining if they are gaining more members, if this could pose a real threat to entrench Democratic power in a state like New York, then that's good. Did you know that AOC beat Joe Crowley in the 2018 primary with just 17,000 votes?
Strongest electoral machines in the country, and they really showcased that.
We
in
know,
this
but these are the
election.
tools
Besides that,
available right
Zoran
now.
was able to
Mhm.
secure the endorsement of a number of celebrities and politicians. I think both of these factors are going to be less salient outside of New York. There's not going to be as much celebrity buzz around it because New York City is such a cultural hub. I think Mamdani became kind of like a cultural phenomenon. And if that election were to happen in like Milwaukee or even like Chicago, I just am not sure that a similar sort of dynamic would be at play. And as I said, the ability to drum up a movement and sort of an organized, disciplined electoral
Also, I saw a tweet that was like, you know what? It's not even that I have a problem with Zoran Mamdani, but I just have a problem with his cultish supporters. I'm like, oh no, we're doing the Bernie Bros thing all over again. Oh, time is a flat circle. Look, it's not that I have a problem with Zoran. I just cannot stand these Zoran supporters. The Mamdani men.
campaign is going to depend on the strength of local organizations like DSA. And as a member of DSA, I can say that the organization varies widely based on, what city you're in. Fourth, I believe that Andrew Cuomo was a uniquely weak candidate in this election, whereas Zoran Mamdani is a uniquely strong candidate. So let's do a little compare
These
contrast.
Zoran
Right?
zealots.
On one hand, you have a scandal-ridden, sclerotic,
This time you're on the right side.
sauceless,
You know what?
morally bent.
The playbook ain't working on me this time, okay? 10 years ago, I was like, these fucking Bernie bros. I had smoke for Sanders supporters. But now, this time, I'm with him.
Bankrupt guy, Andrew Cuomo, the avatar of establishment Democrat politics, the experienced man, the one who relies on an air of officiality and a deep pocketbook to hang on to power. The type who sucks your blood while pretending to be
Sad
the
history grad. I'm going to do the Love Island stuff after this. This video's almost done.
adult in the room. This is who runs the Democrat Party. And he had that on full display in this campaign. He exuded just an
Like 10,
absolutely
15.
incredible mix of fatigue and entitlement. Hardly tried to present a vision for the city. He hid from the press. He had no answers. He even got denied matching funds.
Constantly just
right?
running,
That $8
driving away in his
amount that I
car.
mentioned earlier because his team just got sloppy with the paperwork. That really just goes to show what kind of campaign he was running. That goes to show you how badly he wanted this. He really felt like it was a layup. He really felt like he was entitled to this. That's not going to be the case in every election. On the other hand, I truly believe that Zoran Mamdani
Oh boy. Bernie supporters, this is how you should talk about Warren and Warren supporters. It's not hard. Wait, why did I quote tweeted Rob Delaney? I love my many friends who voted for Warren. Warren is a massive net positive force for good in American politics. Let's get everyone truly universal health care and grapple with the climate crisis together. Number 4, heart. Support fist. Yeah. Bernie supporters, why can't you be like Rob Delaney? Why can't you be like Rob Delaney? Never forget the Warren betrayal. You know, I will say, like, okay, so I supported Warren, and yet I was like not as okay. So obviously in my political journey, I had moved much more to the left by that point, but I was still like, I remember when that debate happened, and then I was so upset when people were doing the snake emoji for Warren and for Warren supporters. And then when it was like the misogyny claims, the Warren like saying that Bernie was being misogynist, I remember internally I was like, but also I was like, but I really like Elizabeth Warren. I know, and Bernie encouraged Warren to run. He did, I know. Yeah, it was complicated for me. It was very complicated. I got a Democrat fundraising text from Warren a few weeks ago. I sent back a snake emoji. Mahmoud sues Trump. I know. He should have sued him for even more, but he's suing the Trump administration for $20 million. And I hope he gets every penny. I hope that he and his wife and his son get all $20 million for the pain that they were put through. Also, Crescentman, thank you for
He
the
is
3
a
months.
uniquely talented politician. He's eloquent without appearing rehearsed. He's relentlessly on message without appearing robotic.
I actually
He's
really love
charming
Warren until
without
she screwed
appearing
Bernie.
unserious. In short, not every opponent will be as weak as Cuomo, and candidates like Zoran don't come along every day. I think that's an important factor to account for,
Yeah, that
or
was
at least
tough. That was
consider
tough
when we're
to reckon
celebrating
with.
this win. Lastly, the electorate is really just not the same outside of New York City. Obviously, not every person in New
Mahmoud
York
sues
City
Trump
is
people
like
blush
a
really happy
card-carrying
dank.
DSA member, but I don't think it's ridiculous to say that the electorate in New York City probably skews more progressive than other cities in the country. Now, I don't want to diminish Zoran's win here, because it just absolutely would not have been possible if his policies were not broadly popular, even among people who consider themselves politically moderate or who have even never voted before. It's just something worth considering. So those are the tactical specifics of the race. Just to sum up this section, let's think for a minute about what lessons we can draw from all this. I wouldn't go so far as to say that this election was a perfect storm, but it's pretty clear that Mamdani did have
thank you for the
some
26 months.
tailwinds that made his victory possible. Now, of course, he had headwinds too. You had a very combative media environment, for one. My point is, we shouldn't just give up because the conditions in our areas are not as favorable as they were in New York. What I'm trying to say is, we need to do the work to create more favorable environments so that we can win. For example, one of the biggest factors that I think allowed Mamdani to win in this primary is the fact that it was ranked choice. This is only the second primary election with ranked choice voting in New York City. A lot of the work we do when we're organizing is just laying the groundwork for victories like this. And so we should celebrate the hard work it took to get Zoran elected in this campaign cycle, but we also shouldn't forget the work that was done to make this victory possible. As for the
I just feel like the Los Angeles mayoral election is just going to be Karen Bass versus Greg Caruso again, and us progressive Angelinos are going to want to like blow our brains out.
Mechanics of doing that groundwork, local conditions demand local analysis. So I'll leave it up to you and your real life political organization to determine the strategic priorities of your area, because you are part of a real life political organization, right? In the meantime, if you want a broad sketch of my strategic vision,
unless we get to 50,000 subs by then,
this video I did at the beginning of the year, I'll link it below. Okay, I'm very excited about this part. Let's talk about the nuts and bolts of winning voters and influencing people. Working the phones taught me a lot. So I distilled my experience into a couple key lessons. Let's look at some infield footage and draw out the general principles that this footage is teaching us. Lesson number 1, learn to deal with rejection. When you knock doors or work the phones, you will get blown out.
Think of the actors you have a crush on that you could meet if you're mayor. Yeah, but then I think of the actors that I like who then would like throw their support to someone not progressive. And then I couldn't do cognitive dissonance anymore and be like, well, I think this, but I really like this person even though they're supporting my stupid opponent. You know, I couldn't. Never meet your heroes.
A lot. Hi, Brandon. Hi, my name is Harper. Hello, my name is Harper. I'm a volunteer with the Zoran for New York City Mayor campaign. Hi, my name is Harper. I'm a volunteer with the Zoran for New. Hi, my name is Harper. I'm a volunteer with the Zoran for New York City Mayor campaign. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? And how are you doing today? And how are you doing today? Have you heard of Zoran? Okay. Out of all the calls I did, I'd say a full 80% of them never made it past the opener. They hung up without even saying a word to me. Of the 20% that engaged with me at all, about 15% of them didn't speak English.
Mandarin. I need to speak Mandarin.
Gotcha. Okay. 45% told me politely or impolitely to buzz off. Have you heard of Zoran Mamdani before?
Banking. That's good.
Yes, I have actually.
Awesome.
Honestly, I hope he loses.
I always preferred canvassing, like knocking doors, as much as that would suck too, because even though you would get assholes, people are just there was this tendency to be more of a dick on the phone. They would just hang up on you. They would just tell you to fuck off. Like door knocking, when you get someone to answer the door, I'll oftentimes give you the courtesy of hearing your little pitch, and they're less likely to be an asshole to your face. But on the phone, like on the internet, there's more anonymity. And so it's easier to be a jerk.
You hope he loses. And a small percentage
Plus,
of people
you're getting
actually
exercise
stuck
canvassing
around long enough to hear me out. He wants to freeze rent. He wants to build more affordable housing. He wants free childcare. He wants to crack down on bad landlords. He wants to make buses fast and free. How does that sound?
Sounds good. How's he going to freeze rent? What's do you know a little bit about that?
Yeah,
Sounds
absolutely.
pretty good.
So A rent freeze can be enacted by the rent guidelines. You might think that getting blown out so much dented my self-esteem. But the truth is, once you get over your approach anxiety, something funny happens. You kind of get addicted to the process, and you get a little bit annoyed when somebody doesn't even engage with you. Like, it makes you want to figure out what it is. It makes you want to test and iterate. And that leads me to my second lesson. Lesson number 2, opening is key. I've known for a long time that first impressions are make or break. I mean, that's why I spend so long obsessing over titles, thumbnails, intros. I front load the effort. I could make my
Wait,
best.
I did a long-winded interview with a French left-wing magazine. Which magazine was it? Because I have a vague memory of somebody reaching out and, oh, you can't say the name? Okay. Because somebody, can't even remember where it is. Shit. Beep boop, beep boop. Do, 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 do. I cannot find it right now, but I swear it was like a French left-wing something or other. That's cool though. I hope it comes out soon.
Video yet, but if the packaging wasn't compelling, if the intro
Always
didn't
be
make you want to
closing,
stick
y'all.
around, that video would probably still flop. I may not like it, but that's the game. The same goes for political outreach. If you can't get them hooked enough to stop and have a conversation with you, you're not going to be able to convince them of anything. I'll give you an example to show you how critical opening and like hooking people is. When I'm calling, I have a script. You may have noticed that. Hi, my name is Harper. I'm a volunteer with the Zorn for New York City Mayor campaign. How are you doing today? And then they say, good. And then I ask, have you heard of Zorn Mamdani before?
No,
if I
it's
can get
not
them to
Alice
even
Capel.
speak to me, I actually like breathe a sigh of relief if they say a single word to me, because I know I got my foot in the door and now we're having an actual conversation. I really think people underestimate.
Oh, sorry. No, this has nothing to do with Sauron, but it is a French, I think, cultural dossier, and it has to do with like talking about living in an era of post-truth and how it has warped culture's desires towards extremities of identity.
How critical these first 30 seconds are, or even the first 3 seconds, honestly. So if you want to be good with political outreach, you must learn to be a master opener. Talking to people is the easy part. Convincing people to stop long enough to talk to you is the hard part, I swear. So, practical advice for the open: have a script, but always be testing and iterating that script to see what works.
Closing.
I don't just mean the words, by the way. I mean the tonality, the rhythm, the pace. And once you get advanced, you start tweaking your speech patterns based on audience. For example, I have a slightly different way of opening with men versus women. If somebody says hello and they have a thick accent or their name sounds foreign, I'll use simpler words and I'll speak slower. Now, I'm not a racist. If somebody, if they answer me in perfect...
If somebody has an accent, then I just use the same accent they do. And I'm like, we're from the same place. Somebody answers the phone, they're like, hello. I'm like, hello. I'm here to talk to you about Sauron. Hello. It's giving sorry to bother you. Yes. Carolina Indian accent now? No. A nice try.
I'll, adjust my approach, okay?
And I
but
Mr.
that
Sonic
said,
Jen.
it's
Kendall,
crucial
thank you
to
for the 23
use
months.
all the information at your disposal to calibrate your introduction. I don't know if what I just said was PC, but it works, so let's move on.
Caroline
Okay, that's it
Royale.
for now. If you want to see the full breakdown of the footage, click the first link in the description. That'll take you to Vanguard. Vanguard is like my platform for leftists to basically get educated and organized. And I know what you're thinking. Okay, don't worry, it's free. But if you want, you can join my private reading group.
I'd be like, hello, it's me. And I'm calling just to see if you are planning to vote for Mamdani. There's more where that came from if you want to stay on the phone. Hello, it's me. And I'm just singing into the void. Absolutely nothing.
It's $10 a month, but that just kind of helps keep the channel going. So I really appreciate that. I think it's important for us to all have a place where we can actually talk to each other. I hate being Mr. like authority figure behind a camera. You know, I much prefer just like talking to you all. That's why I created Vanguard. I truly think it's like a great place to, you know, meet other people. It's a great place to start the wheels turning as far as actually getting involved in real life. Also, if you haven't grabbed my leftist theory starter guide, do that as well. Link in the description. Again, just some really basic books to kind of get you started thinking about theory. And if I can just be real for a second, like I know that
I appreciate this because this guy is a content creator. I'm assuming he's a political content creator, but he actually went out and did the work and then is reporting back to like break it down and, you know, talk about his experiences. And that's cool. I'd listen to him talk about theory. He's not doing the work in the way that ContraPoints is, but at least he's trying. At least he's trying. Did we ever watch Zoran's video in Spanish? I think so. I mean, I've watched a lot of his.
Es Mamdani, pero a cada rato me dicen
Es
Mundari,
Mamdani.
Mumnari. Y esto es algo que muchos inmigrantes tenemos en común.
Yeah,
no
just
me
have
molesta.
Google
Sé que la
Translate
gente
up.
trata lo mejor
Just
que
have
puede.
Google Translate
Igual
up
que
when
yo,
you're on the phone.
ahora mismo, estoy haciendo lo mejor para hablar en español.
Bonjour.
Y sin duda, el español me está dando una patada. Así somos nosotros. La
You
gente...
know what? This was also so smart of him. Like they would make videos in multiple languages and it was him doing it. Like it wasn't just people who worked for his campaign who spoke Spanish or, you know, whatever language of whatever video they were trying to make to appeal to X group in New York. Yeah, I don't think he speaks Spanish. I think he probably just had a script in Spanish that he was reading off. You should show the outtakes next. This is a blooper version of this vid. I said Spanish was kicking my
Pero
ass
en
and I
estos
meant
días. Sorry. sorry. No, it's all good. It's all good. You want it again?
New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani accused of using AI to fake Spanish fluency, but socialists say critics are loco.
Take two. You can do it again if you
Yeah,
want.
also, what a projection, because what's his name who was in the race actually used AI when they were trying to make smear videos of Zoran.
Okay, pero en estos días. Okay, you can just scroll up. Where can I?
Hola.
Ain't nobody doing it like this.
Hola, me llamo Carolina Cuana.
Y casi el mismo número está así. ¿Cómo hará lo mismo? ¿Y cómo hará lo mismo? ¿Y cómo hará lo mismo? Y sabemos por qué, ahora mismo está aceptando el dinero. Okay, está aceptando el dinero. Okay, está aceptando el dinero. Okay. De los dueños de edificios multimillonarios.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Ya es hora que cambien las cosas. Ya es hora que cambien las cosas. I gotta be reading it, baby. Soy candidato a la alcaldía. Y quiero reducir los costos.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Okay. Congelar los aumentos. Y construir 200,000 viviendas nuevas y permanente.
He is trying hard. I know.
No tiene. Y asegurarme
This shows you like the fucking effort that he put in.
No idea. Crear un ministerio de seguridad comunitaria.
No AI here, Habibi. Just an effort to connect with all New Yorkers.
Doesn't sound too Italian. Comunitaria. Sé que los latinos. Okay. Y tomo en serio. y tomo en serio su que se comprometa.
Can you imagine
que se
Cuomo
comprometa
trying to do
al-
this?
Al bienestar. All the words are new. Every time the words are new. And on here. Y soy candidato a la alcaldía. Y soy candidato. Okay.
I'm still here, yo.
Hola.
BFTE, thank you for the 23 months. Don Snow, thank you for the 28 months.
She murdered me with that one. She just said back to me what I've been trying to say.
Yeah, that's a guy who he's putting in the work. Okay, he's putting in the work. All right. Speaking of not that, but this, Love Island is a show that I have never watched, but I feel like I know everything about because my timeline is just dominated by all of the Love Island drama, all of the crazy stuff that happens on that show. So let's break down the big thing. The big thing with Sierra Ortega, who was a contestant on the show. And recently she was just forced out. And it has to do with previous posts of hers that people started circulating where she is using a slur, and one that I have heard many times in my life and I continue to get hit with. Yeah. This is one where I go, oh, we're still using that? Okay. All right. So what happened? What happened here? Let's see what happened here. Love Island dumps contestant
I'm
Sierra
still here, yo.
Ortega after posts using racial slur surface. The 25-year-old is no longer in the villa, but has not yet returned home, and her parents have pleaded for compassion for patients for basic human decency from the show's intense fan base. So, in the episodes leading up to Sierra Ortega's departure, viewers noticed that Ortega was receiving significantly less screen time. The production edit appeared to coincide with the surfacing of old social media posts from 2015 and 2020. But to be clear, also apparently she was using the slur in as late as 2023, in which she used a racial slur towards the Asian community to describe her eyes. Ortega is no longer in the villa, but has not yet returned home from Fiji. I think she has now returned home because she put a video out. On her official Instagram account, her parents have posted a statement pleading for compassion for patients for basic human decency from the show's viewer base, which has grown more intense since expanding due to the success of season 6. As Sierra's parents, this has been one of the most painful weeks of our lives. We've seen okay, and here's the thing that you need to know about Love Island. So they do not film. It's not like the people who are on Love Island go film for 2 months, come back, have signed NDAs where they can't speak about it, and then the episodes are released. Like, the show is essentially happening in as real time as you can get for reality TV, in that they go to the filming location. They don't have their phones. They're like totally cut off from the world. But the episodes are happening. It's like Big Brother. Yeah. The episodes are being filmed and then released while they're all still there. So it's like a 1 or 2 day delay. So there's not like as much of these kind of narrative through lines in the season as there are for reality shows that film everything at once and then release episode by episode, but like the season's already been fully shot. It does have a live feed as well. Does it? I didn't know. Episodes are released about 24 to 48 hours. So there is, of course, still like production kind of mingling and you know, production has a hand in things when, say, you have a contestant who said some slurs, people on the internet are mad, they're gonna have to like kick her off the show, so they're gonna start kind of phasing her out, and then she gets kicked off the show. No, there's not a live feed. I don't know who said that, but there is not a live feed. So anyway, all that to say, like, the people who are on the show have no idea what is happening with the outside world. They don't know how people feel about them, what people on the internet are saying. They have no idea because they can't have their phones. They're cut off from the world. And because the episodes are being released while they are still like competing on the show. So Ciara's parents obviously got wind of what was happening around their daughter. One, because they're paying attention to what the internet is talking about with this show, but also because psychopaths were like calling ICE on Ciara's family. Just crazy shit where, what are we doing here? They were like doxing her parents, trying to call ICE on the family. So the parents came forward and said, this has been awful. Like, Ciara hasn't seen any of this yet, but we have, and we are the people who love her. We're not here to justify or ignore what's surfaced. We understand why people are upset, and we know accountability matters. But what's happening online right now has gone far beyond that. The threats, the cruel messages, the attacks on her family, her friends, even her supporters. It's heartbreaking. It's uncalled for. And no one deserves that kind of hate, no matter what mistake they've made. So during her stint on the show, her social media accounts were being handled by her friend MJ Hederman. After the post surfaced, Hederman stepped away from her role. I cannot speak for anybody or make any statements besides my own and decided to take a step back from running her account, she said on her own account. I was asked by her family to turn off comments and refrain from speaking on her behalf. This situation has been really difficult and I'm still processing everything. Viewers advocated for Ortega's removal with the same fervor, if not more, as they did for the removal of season 7 contestant Yulisa Escobar. Escobar made it through one episode of the show before being quietly dumped from the island after clips surfaced from a podcast appearance during which she used the N-word multiple times. Producers would have opened the show up to even more criticism for not responding to both instances in an appropriate manner. So the one reason that a lot of people were upset about Ciara still being on the show is because they really quickly removed Yulisa Escobar after these podcast clips surfaced where she says the N-word, but seemingly weren't doing anything about Ciara despite these posts where she uses the word chink. Like, as an Asian person, I will say that word. I have been called that word a lot of times, but that is the slur that she had used multiple times in a way to like, in a way that was also like very much so seemed to understand why, like what that word meant, where she was like talking about how she gets Botox because she has chinky eyes. It felt like deliberate, which we can get into this when we watch her apology video, but it was in a negative way. It was like using that word in a way to talk badly about how her eyes looked. And that's why she gets Botox, because. And so there's a couple things going on here. One, where people are like, who cares? The word's not that bad. Two, people not even knowing that that's a slur. That's a slur that goes all the way back to the 1800s. When the United States was being very racist towards Chinese people, had the Chinese Exclusion Act where like they, Chinese people built the railroads and then, oh, sorry, you can't immigrate to this country. And for hundreds of years, like it has been used in a very derogatory way, in a way that's very dehumanizing towards East Asians, but specifically Chinese people. And it's one that I guess people don't know, maybe like they either don't know that it's a slur or they don't think that it's that bad, or they're just like, oh, this person said a slur and so now I'm gonna like kill them. now they should be killed. So there's a lot of people who have like gone about this situation in a really terrible way, as is the usual, as is the norm now for the internet. The Pekin, Illinois high school mascot used to be the Pekin Chink back in the day. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I still have people use that word towards me in a very derogatory, horrible way. Also, that's 21 Resolved. That is wild. That is so wild. Okay. So, yeah, like I said, a couple things happening here. Some people not even knowing that that's a slur. Others knowing it's a slur, but dismissing the seriousness of it because of anti-Asian racism. Or others who are just going so absolutely nuts and calling ice on this girl's family and like calling for her death. Okay. Some viewers have questioned whether the more hardcore and invested sector of the fan base saw Ortega's racial insensitivity as an easy way to remove an obstacle between two other islanders that they wanted to bring together instead. Ortega was in a couple with Nick Van Steenberg since her first week in the villa. When she was removed, he was left officially single. This was bad news for those who were rooting for their couple, but considered a win for viewers who wanted Van Steenberg to further explore his connection with fellow Islander Alondria Carthen. So there are like crazy Love Island, like a lot of people who watch the show who are nuts, who wanted her removed, not because they care about slurs, but because they wanted her love interest to be with someone else. And then others who didn't want her to be removed and so dismissed the seriousness of that slur because they're shippers. Like these are all just like shippers. These are Love Island shipper stands. I know. It's like, yeah. Okay. Van Steenberg and Carthen briefly explored their connection after they were both dumped during the Casa Amor section of the show, only to be offered a lifeline to remain in the villa by coupling up. They ultimately agreed that they didn't feel a spark after sharing a passionate and now viral kiss, despite what viewers and even host Ariana Madix seemed to believe. When the official post-Casa recoupling occurred, Van Steenberg and Ortega picked up where they left off and later closed off their relationship, meaning neither would explore other potential connections. With Ortega gone, Van Steenberg and Carthen are now in a couple together once again. It's so infuriating when actual serious topics get co-opted by people purely motivated by shipping, whether IRL or fictional. Yeah, it's so stupid and also incredibly toxic. In the villa, Islanders do not have access to their phones or any other means of connecting with the outside world. The reason for Ortega's removal has not been revealed to them, and they are, that's right, they don't even know why she was removed. And they're likely unaware of just how intense their viewer base has come to be. In June, Love Island issued a warning about cyberbullying. Please just remember they're real people, so let's be kind and spread the love, a social media statement from the show read. So one thing that I have noticed with fans of the show is that they will take advantage of like the internet hating somebody for whatever reason, or they'll manufacture stuff, or they'll like jump on, say, an existing post where somebody used a slur because it's a way to try and control what's happening in the show. And none of the people in the show know what's going on. And so a lot of these moves are being dictated by fans of the show who are like, who have access to the internet. And so they are going through and like searching for anything or like trying to just stir stuff up, whether it's real or not, precisely because of who they are shipping on the show. Yeah, they're fucking metagaming. It's pretty insane. Madix issued a warning of her own during an After Sun episode, the weekly recap of the show with former contestants filmed while the ones inside the villa get a break from the cameras. I do want to say something to some of those people that are online. Don't be contacting people's families. Don't be doxing people. Don't be going on Islanders pages and saying rude things. You still have time to delete all of that because the Islanders don't have their phones, so we're giving you a chance. And the other thing that happens is like somebody gets off the show, right? And they come back to their social pages or like even stuff that's happened in real life. And it's like people are trying to kill them. Fans of the show are like so fucking insane. Like, think about that for a second, okay? And you might go, all right, well, if you're on a show like Love Island, maybe you're assuming that the people who watch that show are crazy. Oh, thank you, my love. I think it's in the bathroom. And you might go like, okay, I should expect that people are intense and whatnot. But it is still something like, imagine this for a second. You go to an island, you're filming for however long you're on the show. You have no contact with the outside world. The show's episodes are coming out while you're still on the island. So you don't know how people are going to receive anything, which also means that that's not, though, affecting the things that you're doing because you have no idea what the response is. Then you come back and let's say that you were perceived to be a villain. There are psycho fans who were shipping another contestant with the person that you were with, and it's the internet. And so they have left like thousands of hate messages. They have like found out where you live, where your family lives. They're doing crazy parasocial, very toxic stan behavior. Wait, the productions are already also kind of in hot water in the UK after the suicides. Yeah, there's a lot about Love Island that is very problematic. And yet I think the show will continue because it's so popular. The editing is notoriously abysmal. Yes. I mean, again, this is a show that's so popular. I have never seen this show, and I feel like I know everything about it. I know who's on the show. I know all the drama because it's huge. Oof, I just got home from a Love Island watch party. Okay. Ortega hasn't yet had the chance to process any of this or speak for herself, her family said, but we know our daughter, we know her heart, and when she returns, we believe she'll face this with honesty, growth, and grace. Her parents continued, while she'll always be our little girl, she's also a woman, one who will take responsibility in her own time and her own voice. Until then, we've simply asked for compassion, for patience, for basic human decency, not just for her, but for everyone caught in the middle of this. Thank you to those who've continued to show love, even when it's not easy. Okay, so that's kind of the background here of Sierra Ortega, who was a contestant on the show and had a surprising exit on the July 6th episode, but one that was not surprising if you've seen the drama stirring around this. Okay, so she has returned now and put out a video to address these posts. Before we watch that video, I do want to say that this was something I saw where apparently last year someone had reached out to her. Someone who was a fan of her, who followed her on social media and said, hey, I basically reached out and said, you keep using this slur and I need to explain to you that it is a slur and that it's very hurtful. It's a negative thing to have, you're using it in the context of like it being a negative thing to have Asian eyes. You've lost a follower. I hope you use this opportunity to grow. Okay. This is January 2024. Sierra responded, hey, Britt, thank you so much for this message. Truly, I am so embarrassed for being so naive and unaware. It's no excuse as the damage is already done. You have every right to be upset for my careless misuse of the word. I do hope you know I had zero ill intention and I didn't mean to cause any harm. Being a POC minority myself, I should be a lot more careful with the messages I'm spreading. Thank you for educating me. I can assure you this word has been removed from my vocabulary, and I'll make an honest effort to make sure no other derogatory words or terms leave my mouth or are shared to my audience. Thank you again, and I'm so sorry, making a promise to do better. And then the person responded and said, thank you for the thoughtful response. I appreciate it. So the reason I'm talking about this, though, is that to me, like, look, this is about to sound crazy, but I think that the people who circulated her using that slur in the past were doing so as a way to remove her from the show because they were shipping the guy she was with someone else. Because after this confrontation that she had from a fan, whether it's true or not that she didn't actually know it was a slur, whatever, if we're going to take her at her word, then she didn't know. And she said, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I'll never use this word again. So it was over and done with, right? This was hey, I'm calling you out on this thing. Hey, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. So people already knew about this. And then they still circulated these posts, though, There was some other DMs floating around with her responding to someone else who also messaged her about this, kind of blowing them off. Okay, I didn't see those. If you can find those, please pull them up for me, because this is all that I had seen, where in my understanding, she had not used the word since then, and seemed to be like, I didn't know, I'm so sorry, I'm so embarrassed, like I'll never use it again. Okay, and then let's watch okay, where is here it is. So I think we have to understand too, like, a difference between, I think I read some of the DMs were Photoshop were going around, but I have no clue. Oh my God. See, this is what's getting so crazy. Now, I just want to say, like, I am all for holding people accountable, but there's a difference between accountability and just straight up bullying someone. And there's a difference between like wanting to hold someone accountable for genuine reasons and pretending to do so because you're a psychotic fan of this reality show and you don't like that this person is with somebody that you want them to be with someone else. And also, calling ICE is fucking insane. What are we even doing? And there's a whole subset of Love Island viewers who didn't like her coupled up with this white dude. Yeah, like they was definitely feeling like there was some racism there, even like towards her from fans who were like not liking this Indian girl being with a white guy. There's a lot of layers of mess here.
I know a lot of people have been waiting for me to speak up about the news that's come to light recently, and now that I've been back in the US for about 48 hours and I've had the chance to process, I now feel like I'm at a space where I can speak about this without being highly emotional because I am not the victim in this situation. While I was in the villa, there were some posts that resurfaced from my past where I was very naively using an incredibly offensive and derogatory term. And before I get into the details, I want to first start by addressing not just anyone that I have hurt or deeply offended.
Wait, she's Latina, not Indian? I thought I read that she was Indian. I guess last name Ortega. My bad. Let me correct. She's Latina.
But most importantly, the entire Asian community. I am deeply, truly,
India's
honestly,
a part of the global
so
Latina
sorry.
belt.
I had no idea that the word held as much pain, as much harm, and came with the history that it did, or I never would have used it. I had no ill intention when I was using it, but that's absolutely no excuse because intent doesn't excuse ignorance. It just doesn't. And I just need you to know that I am so sorry, but this is not an apology video. This is an accountability video. I do want to hold my hands up and say that.
Rightful Air, thank you for the prime. Yeah, I mean, look, my whole thing is I am not a person who's like, if you've said a slur in the past, then you are forever damned. Like, there's no way that you can ever come back from it. And I think this whole situation, okay, there's a lot of things going on where, one, what do people want in terms of this idea of taking accountability? Because if we can't allow someone to express genuine remorse and go, I am going to be better. I am sorry for using this hurtful word. I will never use this again. Like, is that not what we want from people? Like, and the thing that I think makes this extra messy is that a lot of people do just want a pound of flesh. And also their comments on this situation are being dictated by like who they stand on the show. And so the message that it's sending then for people who don't understand like all of these inner workings on the show and like why people are doing crazy stuff like calling ICE on her family and continuing to be like, oh, fuck you, is I think it sends a message of like, okay, then I guess we don't live in a world where there's any way to like take accountability and move on from something. But then on the other hand too, I have seen people, especially people who are not Asian, who are like, it's not a big deal. Like, who cares what she said? Which that's not the way to go about something either. Weaponizing calling people out for their past speech actually cheapens the whole idea of holding them accountable. Yeah, like, look, I'm not into the bullshit YouTuber apology where, people get canceled for something and they just put out the like fake apology. But I'm also a person who believes in allowing someone to take accountability and like become better. Look at her sweater. It says empathy. I didn't even notice that. It says empathy. Yeah, like people are not perfect, and I'm not saying slurs are not hurtful. I mean, this is a slur that is specifically hurtful to me because it's been weaponized against me. Like, I still get called this slur. So I see the use of it. I'm like, yeah, that's jump scare. Wow. Okay. But then also like, this could be an educational moment of like people who are outside of the Asian community. And because like, this is a word that's used a lot in rap, that's casually used, that like has kind of taken on this belief of it not being a real slur or like not being harmful, to take this moment and be like, hey, this is a slur. This is harmful. I mean, it's like, when I used the T word and I didn't recognize that was a slur, that was a harmful thing, that even saying it in like I'm imitating this person, like I'm not saying this myself, that was still something. It's like, hey, this is harmful. So, I just the way that I have seen and I'm not talking like one or two responses. I'm not talking about one or two responses. No, I'm not talking about the word twink. It's definitely a normalized slur. Yes, I'm not talking one or two responses online. I'm talking a lot of responses that I have seen across the board that I'm like, oh my God, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? That one, we have people who are not Asian going, not that like if you're an Asian person, you get to speak for the entire Asian community, but it's like, especially when you're not from that a community that's been harmed, that that word is a slur against them. One, you don't get to accept the apology, and two, you don't get to decide like what is hurtful or not. But then others who are just like seeking blood, they will not stop until actual physical harm has befallen this person and her family. And a lot of that stemming from the fact that they're psychos about who they stand on the show.
That I take accountability for using the word, but I do want it to be known that I genuinely had no idea that it was a slur. I had no idea of its meaning, and it wasn't until I made the public story post in 2024 when a follower of mine reached out.
And the other thing too about slurs is, why are we so like, why do we need to say them? Do you have that pathetically small of a vocabulary that when someone's like, hey, by the way, this is a really harmful word. Hey, by the way, this is a slur. Like, this is a word that has historical harm behind it. And people are like, well, I need to say it still. What words do I have left? It's very, like, I see this all the time with the R word, where, oh, great, we have freedom. We won our ability to say the R word freely again. Isn't that awesome, you guys? Who cares about healthcare or anything else? Because we're free again. And I just have never understood why you can't remove a word from your vocabulary that's like historically very harmful to a marginalized group, and when they're asking you to not use that word, what? Learn other words. I don't know what to fucking tell you, dummies. I'm often so baffled by my fellow white people wanting so badly to say the N-word. It's like, do you want to say a word so badly because people are telling you not to say it? Also, even if you didn't know it was a slur, that C word just sounds so mean. Yes, and let's say you're finding out something is a slur. You then go, oh, I didn't know that. Well, I don't need to use that word. You literally don't need these words. I know. Yeah. It's very. I just think you sound stupid too. I really do. Like, I think people who just openly use the R word, I think they sound really stupid.
To correct me and let me know that what I was saying was incredibly hurtful. It was a derogatory term. It was a slur. And in that moment, I was embarrassed. I, of course, immediately deleted the post. I was apologetic, and I educated not only myself on the true meaning and the history of the word, but also anyone around me who was accidentally holding space for this slur. When this person did message me, which I'm so
Okay, that part is so funny. Holding space for this slur. Wait, I have to run that back.
Great accident on the true meaning and the history of the word, but also anyone around me who was accidentally holding space for this slur. When this
Oh my God, you're now gonna have people using that. They're like, I'm holding space for this slur. I'm holding space, and it's for this slur. I think that's just very internet brain. I think that's very internet brain. And it's like the, obviously she's speaking in like a soft, serious tone because it's a serious video. But there is something about saying the line holding space for this slur that I predict this will now be a new internet line. Are you holding space for that slur? We need to get rid of holding space. Now that's going to be a slur. It's saying holding space. Oh God, wearing an empathy sweater saying the line holding space for this slur. Did you ever think this is where we would end up?
Person did message me, which I'm so grateful that she did. I had a good conversation with her about it. I made the correction immediately. The word was immediately removed from my vocabulary. And I think right now there are tons of things floating around, different screenshots with different timestamps, and fueling this narrative that I sort of doubled down once people tried to correct me and was like, oh, like, I don't know, I'm still going to use it. But that was not the case. Like,
okay, wait. No, I
think that in that moment.
Wait, does the sweatshirt say empath or empathy? Because there's something almost even funnier about it saying empath.
Lesson was learned, the word was removed, and it was a true learning moment for me. And I think since that moment, I've done so much growing as an individual, and I've tried my best to educate others who might be accidentally holding space for these types of words that could be offensive in their vocabulary. I completely agree with the network.
Now, look, I just want to say, okay, I know I'm sitting over here giggling. I do co-sign what she's saying, where she's like, look, I'm trying to educate people now on why these are slurs, and like this, I did this thing. I take responsibility for it. I recognize like why it's harmful, but it's now I'm taking action to, as an empath, I am now trying holding space for this slur. And anybody who is holding space for this slur, I am making sure that they are no longer holding space. Okay.
Decision to remove me from the villa. I think that this is something that deserved punishment, and the punishment has absolutely been received for sure. I think the backlash has obviously been very hard to deal with, but I understand that people are kind of confused on why I would have even said it or why I would have been doubling down and continuing to use it. So I understand where the hate is coming from. And, you know, I can do my best to drown out the noise and pay attention to the truth. But what's been extremely, extremely difficult is the way people are approaching my family and my loved ones. They have had ICE called on them.
Like, okay, you have lost the moral high ground when you call ICE on... when you call ICE in a situation like this. Like, when you're just calling ICE, you have no moral high ground. Let's be very clear about that. If you're calling ICE on somebody, you have lost the moral high ground. Ahem. So you should not do that, okay? And also, somebody calling ICE, like somebody who that would be a thing that they think about doing and then do, that's not a person who I believe is actually upset about the use of a slur for like genuine reasons. To me, that's a person who is sick and is they're like being upset about her using this word is actually because they're upset about her being with somebody in this show that they're obsessed with, that they don't want her to be with. They're not calling her out of the slur because she said a slur, but because they're crazy fans. Yeah.
My family doesn't feel safe in their own home. I'm receiving death threats. Like, there's no need to fight hate with hate. I don't think that that's justice. And if you want to know that you're heard and that I'm sorry and that I will move differently, I promise you that's what will happen. I know that no apology could ever be enough for the harm that I've caused and the offense that's taken place. I know that moving forward, my actions and how I decide to live my life from here on out is gonna speak louder than any apology ever could. But I do need it to be known that I am sorry and I did mean no harm, and hopefully there are people out there that can use my mistake as a learning moment, and to just be better, because that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take today and tomorrow and I'm gonna take strides to be better, and all I can ask for is, even if you won't give me forgiveness, if you can just allow me to grow with grace. And hopefully, instead of sitting here and trying to convince you
I'm holding
that
space
I
for this
am
apology.
Amazing person who spreads light in the world and celebrates cultures and dynamics and backgrounds, then one day you can see that from me. I'm deeply sorry again, and I thank anyone who's listening.
Yeah, you know, the other thing too is, okay, if we are living in a world where somebody who used a slur is not allowed to like take accountability and apologize and say, I pledge to be better. If we live in that world, then do you think that anybody is going to feel any motivation to take accountability, to be, you know, to be better? No, of course not. If all you're met with is people being like, no, I just want to see you burn, then they'd be like, okay. And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that they would like be right in that, because I think as a person of morals, you should never apologize for something you've done wrong because you're trying to like gain something from it, gain something that is not like becoming a better person. But I'm just saying, in this like internet culture we reside in, if you can't hold space for somebody to try and genuinely apologize and pledge to be better and take accountability, then what's even the point here? What is the point? What is the point of calling people out, of like bringing attention to something harmful that they have said or done? Yeah, and instead you're calling the fucking Gestapo. You're calling the Gestapo, which, like, I'm going to be so for real. I'm going to say this, and I feel like I can say this in this specific situation because this is a slur that is used against people like me. I think calling ICE on somebody is worse than using that slur in the way that she did. I will say that. It's not to say that that's okay, but that's like how bad it is to call the fucking Gestapo. Okay? Like, again, no moral high ground whatsoever. If you do something like that, or if you think, yeah, that's okay, that's good. Same with doxing her family and being like, we're gonna kill you. Sorry, oh, Allison, you just saw Superman and you loved it. That makes me happy. That makes me happy because I need this because of Will. I need Superman to be amazing. I also, you know what? I want Superman to be amazing because of the dummies saying, go woke, go broke. So I want Superman to make I want woke man to make a lot of money. Okay. Calling ICE is literally never warranted under any circumstances. It's insanely evil to do so under the current conditions. Yeah, it's so evil. It's so evil. It was evil before this current moment, and it's evil now. I just got home from... Wait, how are you guys all seeing Superman? I thought it didn't come out until tonight. Oh, I guess... Okay, wait. No, it was released... Well, guess I'll go watch it too. Well, everybody's gonna go watch Woke Man. An old coworker of mine that was a massive piece of shit was fired over a year ago, and shortly after being fired, he emailed my boss threatening to call ICE on our kitchen staff. And that was before Trump was elected, and I'm still terrified he will follow through with it. Yeah, because people use ICE as a threat because they know that ICE is a horrible, horrible rogue agency that ruins people's lives, that like denies people their civil liberties. So they'll like threaten to call ICE because they know how serious of a threat that is. Please no spoilers, but thoughts on Bear season 4. I can't believe that he finally got eaten by a bear. Cannot believe it. No, I haven't watched Bear season 4 yet. I'm deep in Mr. Robot. We said no spoilers. Yeah, you guys, I just finished season 1 of Mr. Robot, and whoo! Oh boy! That show is crazy. It's so good. And I understand all of the tech stuff. I enjoyed Mr. Robot season 1 and then never watched it again. Yeah, my friend did tell me, he's like, season 1's amazing, season 2 and 3 not very good, and then season 4 it gets good again. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll I mean, I'm gonna watch the whole thing, but good to know. Since you spoiled the bear, he's not actually a real robot. God damn it. Crash test. Spoilers. Come on. Come on. Okay, last little story before we get into some gaming for the evening. Jeff Bezos, Jeffy B, my boss. Did you see what Dean Cain said about Superman? I did. I mean, Dean Cain's only career now is going on Fox News and complaining about woke Hollywood. Jeffy B is reportedly buying Vogue as Lauren Sanchez's wedding gift. Now, I hope this is wrong, and also it wouldn't be just Vogue. word on the street is that it's like he's buying Condé Nast. He's buying Condé Nast, which is the parent company of Vogue, but also a shit ton of other publications. I'm talking The New Yorker. I'm talking Wired, Glamour, Teen Vogue, Vanity Fair, Bon Appetit. Yeah. So this is not good. If Jeff Bezos owns yet another major media conglomerate, it's not good. Now, we know that he recently just sold off like $650 million of Amazon stock. I don't know if that connects to this. Again, this is not confirmed. But there are reports starting to indicate this is the case, and like people who work within Vogue who are speaking anonymously. Yeah. So reports indicate Bezos might be looking to buy Vogue magazine for Sanchez, which is just ridiculous. And it's like, oh, is that why she was on the cover? Remember how when she was on the cover of Vogue, I was like, that's strange. So can you just buy your way into a Vogue cover now? Like, that's not how Vogue used to work. People inside the magazine are convinced that Bezos is looking to buy parent company Condé Nast as a gift to Sanchez, a former journalist. The rumors come from the fact that Sanchez is this month's digital Vogue cover star, wearing a Dolce & Gabbana wedding gown handpicked by Anna Wintour herself. Wintour announced last month that she was stepping down as Vogue editor-in-chief after 37 years. She will remain in control of global operations. Vogue's parent company, Condé Nast, has been owned by the Newhouse family since 1959, who insist the company is not on the market. Sources close to Bezos have also denied the rumors, but people are not convinced. A source told the Daily Mail, now, again, it is the Daily Mail, the rumor that Jeff is going to buy Condé Nast is all anyone's talking about in the fashion industry and inside Vogue, adding that Lauren Sanchez is such an unlikely cover star, and the word is that she landed the July issue partly because the Newhouse family wants to butter up Bezos. In New York, they're slimming down the business, which is exactly what companies do before a sale. This is really good marketing for the new Superman movie, doing real Lex Luthor shit. Yeah, I cannot state how bad this would be if this turns out to be true. But that's not all. Anna Wintour is said to be directly involved in the possible sale. Anna is said to be the one brokering the deal, so that's why Lauren was put on the cover. Anna has equity in the business, so has a lot to gain from a sale. It might sound strange, but Jeff Bezos is no stranger to publishing. I mean, this is like why Kenny Clips and other, why Ken Klippenstein, Taylor Lorenz, like other journalist friends of the show jumped ship from the various publications they worked at because of the influence of Jeff Bezos. In 2013, he bought the Washington Post, ending the Graham family's 4-generation ownership. So he might feel like he not only has the money, but the knowledge too. He's one of the very few people with deep enough pockets, and Lauren is no airhead. She's a sharp cookie. There have been conversations, another source said. Restructuring inside the company points to a possible upcoming sale, with a source telling the outlet there have been redundancies almost every week in Europe and New York. The UK has had a whole round too. What they're doing is aligning every publication globally so the structure is uniform across all titles. And this might even tie back to Wintour stepping down as editor-in-chief of Vogue, according to those sources. Anna was the anomaly. She was the only editor-in-chief left. GQ has a global editorial director. Glamour has one. Vanity Fair too. So she has had to give up the title. I don't think she was thrilled, but she accepted it because she knows the company is getting ready to sell. Whether this means Bezos is really buying Condé Nast or his new bride remains to be seen, but never say never. He's definitely buying it. You don't sell that much stock unless you're going to spend it. Otherwise, Texas will kill you. Oh, boy. I mean, this feels... You know what this feels like? This also feels like it could be the premise for Devil Wears Prada 2. Would this involve Team Vogue? Yes. So that's kind of one of the publications that I'm most worried about, because Teen Vogue has done some really amazing journalistic work. And I mean, I remember back in the day that like Teen Vogue was just about fashion and things that did not pertain to the current state of politics. But like, for instance, Teen Vogue was one of the only publications that was reporting honestly and accurately on harmful internet legislation. Like, they were informing their viewers on like how insidious the KOSA Act is, Section 230 sunset, and it was really, really good reporting. Like, they have done some really, really great reporting on topics that not a lot of other publications are even reporting on or reporting on accurately. This is scary that you can just buy anything you want when you're a billionaire. Yes, this shows yet again how billionaires can control mass media and mass, they can control like narratives because they can just buy media companies. They can just buy newspapers. They can control like what is being put out, what is being disseminated to the public, and that's a bad thing. Like, billionaires should not be able to buy newspapers. They should not be able to buy media companies. They should not exist. Just another example. And we, if Jeff Bezos were to buy Condé Nast, then we are going to see publications like Teen Vogue and the New Yorker turn even more neoliberal, capitalistic, and squash stories that are critical of billionaires and corporations, and that is not good. Not having journalistic freedom is not good. And also just like how stupid that you're just going to, so Lauren Sanchez can be on the cover of Vogue magazine. Sorry, so random, but did you know Lauren Sanchez was in Fight Club? No, I did not. Here's all the Condé Nast companies. I fucking hate Jeff Bezos. All these would be under his name now. Fashion, Vogue, Glamour, Allure. Lifestyle and Culture, Vanity Fair, Architectural Digest, Condé Nast Traveler, Bon Appetit, Technology and Culture, Wired. And Wired also has put out like a lot of good stuff that I've referenced on my stream. Wired, Ars Technica, Pitchfork, General Interest, The New Yorker, Other, Teen Vogue, Brides, Studios, Condé Nast Entertainment produces film and television content. It is a bad thing when a few people control the majority of mass media. It's Ginger Panda. Thank you for the 6 months. Yeah. So this is something where, like, if anybody has the inside tea here, if you've got the inside scoop, you have to start ringing the alarm bells. You have to start like whistleblowing on this shit, because people need to, we have to oppose the sale. Like, Jeff Bezos, can still buy it if he wants to, but this is something that people should know before it officially happens. Bezos, of all people, controlling the entirety of fashion media. Fashion's about to get real bad. Like, look at this man. Is this who you want in charge? Is this who you want in charge of fashion, sweetie? I don't think so. Jeff Bezos is going to make Pitchfork give Benson Boone's album a 10 out of 10. Okay, I know we're making jokes, but actually, if you are an artist that cozies up to this Lex Luthor wannabe, like, that's how things work, right? They can make or break. When you control, when you have the power, then you have you have people bending the knee and being like, oh, yes, you know, you're amazing. I worship you. Please write up a lovely puff piece on me. Please, like, help make me popular. Articles are going to be about how bald is back. Yeah, and it's wild too, this happening as Superman is being released right now. You know, the other thing too is like, this is something that I don't think people really people need to understand like why it's so bad. Why this is terrifying. Why, like, if this is true, then this is horrible news. And it's not just some like, whatever story. It is truly, truly concerning. Truly, truly concerning to have a billionaire like Jeff Bezos own yet another media conglomerate. And yes, he owns the Wall Street Journal, and we have seen the harm that has come from, I mean, that's what billionaires do. They buy up media companies, right? They own the biggest newspapers in the country. I think when he's buying things like the New York Times is more evil because it's an obvious seek for control, but like destroying institutions purely for a wedding gift is disgusting. Like, we're so obviously being used as playthings by the rich. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is like, it's not just about him owning Condé Nast and how the politics of a billionaire like Jeff Bezos will seep through the left-leaning publications under the umbrella, but also like how fucking gross. How gross to use your money like that to put your wife on the cover of like the premier fashion magazine in this country, to present yourselves as like as because what this does too, let me explain. Lauren Sanchez being on the cover of Vogue makes her and Bezos and this empire of theirs seem tasteful, right? It seems like glamorous and art washing on a new scale. Yeah, like respect. Like, this is a couple who deserves your respect, right? And instead, I mean, in my opinion, it cheapens. It absolutely cheapens it. Okay, let me see if these bozos are ready. Legitimizes it. Yes, that's what sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Cultural legitimacy. Exactly. And that's what Bezos, like, we've seen them doing this though. We've seen how he's been using, I mean, a lot of billionaires have done this to like revamp their images, to give themselves cultural legitimacy, to position themselves as like celebrities. Oh, I have Oprah at my wedding, right? I have like the biggest celebrities in the world at my wedding because I'm Jeff Bezos. You know? Okay.
Place looks like it actually just delivers cookies. And I can just get like a couple chocolate chip cookies.
Oh my God, that
That's all I
sounds
want.
so good.
I just want like a couple of chocolate chip cookies.
Wait.
Maybe I get like the variety pack.
Cookie.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I want a cookie.
Ooh, I can pick different flavors. Chocolate
Oh my
chip
God, let me know
cookie
gaming.
And a chocolate chip cookie and a confetti cookie and also maybe like a brownie. That sounds kind of nice. Maybe we'll do that.
He's the best.
So shameless.
He's the bestest.
stupid that I'm
what
ordering
is
this right
this? Is this a hot dog? What is this?
Like I do not need
Hey,
that.
I'm walking in. Oh,
I just made an impulsive decision based on little to nothing.
is this part
That
of
was
my
stupid.
new?
Why
Like,
did I do that?
Is this part of my new workout thing?
Oh,
I just
thank you.
eat a
Thank you for the
steak.
resub. Oh, thank you.
Sandwichy cola.
Caroline asked if you're ready. Oh.
Protein.
Yeah. Sorry, I was ordering cookies. Tell her to call me.
Okay.
Call me, beep me.
There's literally it's just this. Do I get like potatoes or something? Do I get carbs? Do I get any carbs, or is this just like what it's all about now? I need the protein for the gains. Where's like the potato? I need potato. You know, I need something like that. Protein only? I don't know about that. I don't know if I can do that. Okay, let me call Sam. Actually, hold on. I need to see if there's like something to accompany this. Where's the you can't take the Irish out of the girl. If there's a steak, if you give a half Irish girl a steak, she's going to want a potato, you know? There's nothing. Did you just run to get a potato? I did. There's no potatoes though. All right, let me call Sam. No, I thought Will got some chips or something. There's no carbs. I know. You get it? Yeah, see? You need carbs, or what even is living? Let me know. I'm calling you right now. I'm sorry. I was looking for a potato. Or like,
Were you looking for a potato?
or something equivalent.
What do you mean something equivalent of a potato?
Because Will came in here and he brought me a steak.
Oh, I had steak for dinner.
Did you? Well, I'm going to the gym now. I don't know if you know this
Right
about
now?
me. Yeah, right now.
Oh, yeah. I went to the gym earlier.
Yeah, I'm on my gym arc, so I think he gave me a steak as like part of the gains, you know?
Is it because he told us that we were going to
Thank
die
you,
if we
Hannah,
don't go
for
to
the
the gym
gifted.
yesterday?
Yeah, actually that really inspired me on the podcast when he said the whole thing about death.
He said if you're 30 and you don't take care of your body, then you're going to die tomorrow.
Well, I went to the gym today and now I'm a gym person. But I can't
congrats.
just like eat protein, you know?
I
was
don't
like,
really
if you-
like eating protein that much.
No, I said if you give an Irish girl a steak, she's going to ask for a potato.
So were you just going to go like eat a potato like in like an apple?
I mean, I was going to see what I had available, you know?
I have a whole bag of potatoes in my microwave.
See? That's what I was looking for.
I
but
love
couldn't
making a baked
find-
potato for dinner.
I couldn't find any.
I'll bring you a potato on Monday.
Okay, thanks. Can you bring me a couple?
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Are we playing with Will or is it the girlies?
We are playing with Will, but let me go see if he's
showing whole.
He's playing. His stream title says Tarek with the Oh wait, Tarek. No, Tarek. Tarek.
Tark. Is it Tarkov?
Tark with the lads, then Peak with the ladies. Motherfucking Tarek.
Escape from Tarkov.
Okay, he's playing that.
He's playing Escape from Tarkov because there's a new wipe.
I'm gonna come into his chat and say, "Hi."
All right, there's some decent loot here. SKS with a little scope on it.
Sam and I are ready to boot up.
Tasteful weapon for the.
What's your?
I can't believe he's playing Tarkov.
For the tasteful handler.
Is that a surprising game for him?
T45.
I don't know. People that play that game hate themselves.
Okay, I wrote, "What's your status? Sam and I are ready to boot up."
Somebody's coming behind us.
He has not responded.
Excellent work.
Grando, don't say "oh." You know exactly what I'm talking
That's what
about.
a shotgun can do.
Oh yes. We're lost in the loot.
I can
It's
add
okay
you
to
to
get
his
lost in the
Discord
loot. Some
call.
people
Yeah,
say, "Don't
Haas,
get
throw
lost
me
in
in.
the loot, fool."
Throw me in, Haas. Throw me in.
Okay,
loot is all
behind the
we have.
scenes.
It's what binds us together.
Kind of nice to have a behind the scenes guy, you know?
Yeah. God, I really want a baked potato now. Okay, let me get on this call. Hold on.
I ordered cookies.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh Jesus.
Hello.
Hi, Caroline.
Oh, did you know it was me right away?
Yeah.
Well, I
Yes.
sure didn't.
Oh, I thought maybe you guys would be like, "Who is that?"
My heart murmur. It acted up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A little flutter, a little butterfly murmur. Nothing major.
Hello. Well, sorry about your heart. I'm just popping in to see what's
We're just finishing a raid, and then I'm ready to peek.
okay. Hey, Will, when you
Oh,
ordered
peak. There's a
when you ordered that food, did it come with like any potatoes or anything?
No.
Any carbs?
Still alive. He's still
No
alive.
No carbs.
No, he's not alive. He's just talking while dead. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Sorry, Caroline.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, so we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, we could bail right now. This is extract.
Oh, that's
Wait,
okay.
let's go kill. Let's go kill.
Oh, okay. all
They're
right.
still booting.
7 minutes.
Yeah, we got time. We got time. There's loot to be looted.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's.
Oh, I forgot I hung up. Oh, Sam wasn't on the other line. Okay, hold on.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay.
Hey,
You miss me?
I sure
worries.
did. So they're finishing up.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm muting while I'm chewing, so you don't have to hear the sounds.
I'm pretty sure it filters it out.
Okay.
Because whenever you laugh,
So
it
they're
filters
finishing
you
up.
out.
And then he said he's ready to jump in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download the game.
See?
Growing Martian
They're giving me shit because I hadn't downloaded the game until like 5 minutes ago.
Okay, it's the one that's $7.99.
Yep.
What?
It's called Peak.
Called Peak?
Peak.
Okay. I think I got it.
Peak.
You need carbs, man? I know, or else I'm gonna get crazy. I'm gonna get crazy. Guess what I spent like 45 minutes going over on stream?
What?
The drama with Sierra Ortega.
Oh,
the slur
right.
drama. The
Yeah,
Love Island.
I saw the posts of like what she had originally posted, and then I knew she left or got kicked off. I'm not 100% sure.
She was kicked off, but again, no one who's on the show like knows.
Right.
They don't know anything that's happening.
Yeah, I haven't, and I'm not caught up, so I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they
well,
removed her.
They claim she had to leave for personal reasons.
I wonder, like, because, you know, there's been, like, times where they've, like, people have gotten off the island and everybody's been like, oh, by the way, we learned everything about you. But, like, I wonder why, like, did they go up to her and go, like, hey, we're kicking you out? Or, like,
I don't know. You mean, like,
how do they approach that situation, you know?
I don't
Because
know.
it's definitely happened before, so I'm curious why, like the other people haven't been pulled.
Where it's like no one else knows except for the person who's being removed. Where they're like, "Hey, by the way, I got to remove you because of the post of the slurs."
Yeah, I mean, did they like say, "Hey," like
we don't know.
Did they say, "Hey, we're pulling you," and then she had to go pack, and then they were like, "Don't you fucking dare tell anybody why you're leaving"? Like, I don't know.
Well, we'll never know because it's off camera.
Crazy post by her though.
Oh yeah, but
not just one.
What's crazy though is that Psychos, a lot of the people who were circulating it were doing so because they didn't like that she was with the Van Steenberg guy.
Nick.
They wanted him to be with the other girl.
Yeah.
And so I think that
People have been standing those two. What's the other girl? The girl that he's with now starts with an O. Alandria, yeah. So people kind of started standing them online. And it was kind of weird because at this point I was still watching and people were standing them because of some chemistry that I was like, I don't see it, but like maybe they're seeing something that I don't see. And then the show, I think, must have seen that on Twitter and kind of fabricated a situation where they could like have dinner together and get to know each other.
Yes.
And then now they're together and it like kind of does seem like they have chemistry now. But also the problem is like you win a bunch of money if you make it to the end as like the favorite couple.
Yeah, so
it would be so easy for two people to be like, oh, we both got voted off. But if we pretend that we love each other, then maybe we'll win.
Do you win money as a couple?
Yeah. It's like $100,000, which
it's
I'm not going to say it's not. $100,000 is a lot of money,
No,
but for
that's
the
a-
level of like popularity that this show
for, like,
has.
this show that seems
Yeah.
That seems wild. Wait, so you're
And
not
then it's
watching
like,
it
what do you
anymore?
do? Do you split it?
I don't know. Yeah, I assume so. Are you not watching?
I'm not caught up.
Oh, okay.
I need to catch up. I haven't watched it since Casa Amor.
I didn't know if you had decided like you were done.
I wasn't done, but there was I think there was like a plot line that kind of fizzled out that I was like, that was interesting, but I'm not really sure what I'm invested in anymore. There also becomes a point too where like you get so fed up with all of the people on the show, and like even though it's fun to watch them do drama, I do like to be invested in one of the characters in a way where I'm like, I do hope, like Amaya Papaya, the best. Hope she wins it all.
Okay.
Do I think it's gonna happen? No, but I hope she does because she deserves it.
Wait,
but
you
like,
pick the money or be in the couple and no money?
no, I pick the money every time.
Yeah, who the fuck would pick? So if you don't pick the couple, then you can't be in a couple?
Yeah, they send bodyguards home with you.
You're never allowed to.
You would I would pick the money and then go home and be like, all right, anyways, want to come over?
Yeah, that seems
Like, how do they prevent
How
them
does-
from?
I don't know. Wait a second.
You know what? The next person to go on Love or Host should pick host, but then be like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah. Is there a bit reward to pet the puppy? Oh, Farley? No, but if you guys spam enough Farley emotes, I'll give him a little steak.
Farley was the number one
Mistake.
most popular guest on the most recent episode.
Oh my god, he looked so cute.
I've seen so many screenshots
When
of
he
him
just like
peeking.
pops up in the episode.
And you
Also-
guys couldn't see, but he was like conked out during that episode.
Next time my hair looks like that and you don't say anything, I'm gonna shoot you.
Okay, what did your hair look? I thought it looked fine. What?
It
Tell me the
looked
specifics. What am I looking
crazy.
for?
Could you
But
have
the angle
introduced
I'm
me?
sitting from, it
could
looks
you have
fine.
introduced me to a brush?
Oh, well, I could bring a brush next time
Were
and
you
just
trying to
introduce you to it
sabotage me?
regardless. Yeah. Did you see me?
Oh,
I
wait.
was greasy day.
Oh man, I actually hung up on Sam. Oh shit, my bad. Hold on.
Oh.
Oh.
And I,
I'm so sorry.
Bold.
I'm so
What's
sorry.
happening?
I accidentally hung up on you. Hold on. I'm gonna make a. Oh, sorry. Is this Sam or no? This is Will. I'm gonna make.
this is me.
This is you. Yeah. We need to make a new group. Okay. Wait a second. Okay. Hold on a second.
What the fuck is going on?
I need to make.
This feels like an abusive relationship right now.
I know. Wait a sec. I'm gonna make a group with us. Okay. There we go. There we go. And now I'm calling them both. Farley, I offered you a little steak.
This is just. I have been
Steak.
back and forth.
Okay. Are we in?
I'm in. You're
William?
in. William's.
Why is Will not answering?
It's ringing. He's escaping from Tarkov.
I don't know why he's not.
Do you think maybe? Who do you think could win between in a WWE fight, me or Will?
You or Will? I'm sorry.
So
but-
think about. Oh, hey, what's up? We were just discussing who would win in WWE between me and you.
Ooh, that'd be a tough one. Would you invite Haas while I grab some water? I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll invite Haas. I'm pretending to eat the steak because for some reason
would be
Farley
a
is
tough
turning
one.
it down. Is he vegan now? Nom nom nom. This steak is so good. Do you want some?
How is he not loving a steak?
I don't know. Sometimes he's weird about stuff because I think he thinks it's a trick. He thinks it's a trick. Okay, wait. How do I add someone?
Today I had to wipe poop off of Oki's butt.
Ew.
Sorry.
I
thought we were just saying things about our dogs.
In the morning. Ew. Okay, there. Now he ate it. See why? Sometimes I think he thinks it's poisoned.
No, you have to pretend. Tell him that he can't have it.
Oh,
Hey.
Haas, what up? Yeah, that he can't have it.
You have to be like, Farley, absolutely not, never. And then he'll be like, please.
And then he'll be like, please, I want it.
Please, can I have some?
Please, can I have some? Please. Haas, what's up?
I'm ready to do some climbing. You ready to climb?
Yeah, actually, I have no
Climb.
idea what this game is.
Ooh.
I've
climbing
watched it.
simulator.
I haven't played it.
Hogan, thank you for the gifted.
You're in for a great time.
Okay.
I'm really excited. Have you guys ever climbed a
gonna
mountain
love
before?
Climb every mountain. What kind of mountain?
Like a pile of rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Cool.
Multiple times.
Cool.
There you go.
One time I
How about
climbed
you?
a mountain.
Good steak.
Like a pile of rocks or like a mountain?
I have no
like a-
idea
it
if
was-
you're gonna like this game, Caroline.
Wait, why?
No. She's gonna like it.
It's stressful.
gonna
All
love
right,
it.
invite us.
Oh, I need to open the game. Do you guys have the game open?
Yeah, duh.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Will, how was Tarkov?
I mean, this wipe is sweaty, but I kind
I've
of
heard the
that.
wipe is tough.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
What does the wipe mean?
The game starts over every once in a while.
Oh my God, Will.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You guys, I didn't realize I had Will's stream pulled up and I kept trying to press host game. But it was on his stream.
My game
I
crashed.
thought I had opened the game myself.
I'll host. I got it. I got it. I got
30
it.
seconds.
Should I do? It says press play using Vulkan or DX12, but the game crashed when I clicked Vulkan.
Wait, how did I open Mecha Break?
EX12.
All right, cool.
What is going on? How did I open Mecha Break?
Girl.